logical inferences that prove the existence of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Long and Ailian. Everything has a source, and the source is the greatest creator. 万物有源，源头为上帝. The Amazon River that runs across South America, the mighty Nile River, the surging Yangtze River, and the roaring Mississippi River all have their headstreams. The Benguela Cold Current, Peru Cold Current, Mozambique Warm Current, and Guyana Warm Current all have their sources. The Rio de Janeiro London Airline, Los Angeles Paris Airline, Honolulu Manila Airline, and Paris Colombo Airline all have their starting points. All the tools we commonly use, from pencils, needles, shovels, spoons, and pliers to cars, computers, printers, cameras, and machine tools, as well as all the objects we use, from musical instruments, chess, painting and calligraphy, books, watches, and clocks, to tables, chairs, and wooden stool, shoes, socks, hats, teacups, thermoses, desk lamps, phones, refrigerators, and televisions. Everything created by humanity has its origin and did not appear out of nowhere. The cats, dogs, sheep, and pigs we keep in our homes all have a source, and even the plants we cultivate in our gardens, such as peonies, peaches, pears, and apricots, did not appear out of thin air. Their original origins can be traced. Music, writing, art, medicine, theories, methods, magic arts and axioms, and theorems all have sources. White Europeans, black Africans, yellow Asians, Arabians, and Brazilians are all descendants of their ancestors. The towering Himalayas, the fertile and vast Nile Delta, the extensive Amazon alluvial plain, and the Antarctic glaciers are all formed by the vicissitudes of history. All things have their origins, and the Earth, the solar system, and the universe are no exception. They too have their beginnings. Since everything has an origin, there must be a primordial origin, and this primordial origin is the greatest creator. Everything is in motion, and the primordial motive power comes from the greatest creator. 万物在动，出动力来自上帝. Mountains are rotating, winds are dancing, rivers are flowing, and springs are bubbling. Clouds are drifting, and the earth is moving. The sea is churning and flames are burning. Grass and trees are growing. Flowers are fading. Bacteria are multiplying, and insects are busy. Cows and sheep are grazing. Lions and tigers are running. Hens are laying eggs, and larks are singing. Electrons are swirling. Molecules are moving. Particles are flowing, and electromagnetic waves are rushing. Infrared radiation is radiating, and gamma rays are piercing. Electromagnetic waves are spreading, and photons are flashing. The heart is beating, blood is flowing, the skin is breathing, and the stomach is moving. Nerves are sensing, hair is growing, thoughts are connecting, and spirits are stirring. Though seated, we travel 1,000 miles in a flash. The Milky Way spans millions of years. The sun, moon, stars, and celestial bodies fly by like lightning. Black hair at dawn turning white at dusk. Everything in the universe is in motion, and it is through mutual impetus that things move. But where does the initial force originate if there is no greatest creator? Everything has an image, and the nature of the image is energy, with the core of this energy being the greatest creator. 万物有相，相的本质是能量，能量的核心是上帝. An image refers to the size, shape, appearance, and structural type of an object, which is a watershed that distinguishes one substance from another and one object from another. Microorganisms and insects, grass and trees, humans and other animals, mountains and rivers, and so on, all are different, and the reason is that their images are different. If everything has its own unique image, how is an image generated? The origin of an image lies in the genetic structure. The image of something is determined by its genetic structure. The image of water is different from that of oil because their molecular structures are different, which means their genetic structures are different. However, any structure without the participation of energy can only be an illusion. For example, if we want to build a house, we first need to imagine the structure of the house in our brain. For complex buildings, we also need to draw a schematic diagram of the structure. But without the input of mechanical and human energy, the structure we imagined in our brain can only be an illusion. Only when we put in the energy of manpower and material resources can the structure that we imagined in our brain become a real house. A seed can only become a plant after absorbing nutrients and water from the soil and heat and light from the sun. A fertilized egg in the mother's womb can only develop into an animal with a head and feet if it is constantly supplied with nutritional energy. A light bulb can only emit light when electricity is input. A pile of soil can only become a mountain with the energy of the continuous movement of the earth. A river can only become a raging torrent with the energy of thousands of streams. So where does this energy come from? Let's trace it back to its source. For a small sapling to grow leaves, it needs to absorb water, which mainly comes from the infiltration of rainwater. So where does the rainwater come from? Rainwater comes from clouds that carry water vapor from the sky. And where do the clouds come from? The wind carries them from the ocean. And where does the wind come from? The cold and hot air currents on Earth form it through convection. And how are the cold and hot air currents formed? They are formed because the surface of the Earth continuously gains and loses solar energy as it rotates, ignoring factors such as lunar gravity. So how did the Earth start to rotate? And what force keeps it rotating continuously? According to the law of energy conservation, there can be no perpetual motion machine in the universe. The motion and changes of any object must be driven by one or more other energies. Without energy, there is no motion or change in anything. Therefore, all the motion and changes in things must ultimately have an initial push of energy that is not constrained by other energies. This initial energy is the greatest creator. The initial rotation of the Earth was driven by the energy of the greatest creator, and after it was set in motion, it was driven by other planets in the solar system, including comets. Everything is connected by cause and effect, and every effect has a cause. The initial cause of all causes is the greatest creator. For 因果相连，凡果都有因，所有因的出因是上帝. We've all had headaches before. Although the causes of each person's headache may be different, there is always a cause, and there is never a headache for no reason. Regardless of what kind, the greatest creator does not show himself to humans, but rather shows his spirit. The greatest creator has never directly interacted with humans or given any individual special revelations. The spirit of the greatest creator is present in every space and movement of matter in the universe, and it is also present in every one of us. It can be said that the greatest creator is with the universe, with all things, and with humans. Although the greatest creator is with us, we cannot see him. Why? Because the greatest creator has a feature, which is his mysteriousness. What does this mean? It means that the spirit of the greatest creator, consciousness, thinking, laws, Tao, blood, and life force, is an invisible, intangible, incomprehensible, indescribable, and indiscernible non-material and dark energy. This non-material and dark energy works imperceptibly and unconsciously, without any obvious image or sign. Although it seems non-existent, it is a kind of elusive objective reality, which is omnipresent, ever-present, meticulous, and precise. For example, the aging and death of the human body. Why does the human body have to age and die? What causes the aging and death of the human body? Whether scientists or biologists, politicians or religious leaders, they cannot fully explain the real reason. Why? Because of the characteristics of the greatest creator, mysterious. In the primary physical and spiritual healthcare section of the Life Genuine, I mentioned that the causes of human aging and death, in order of their destructive power, are mental activities caused by 7 emotions and 6 desires, diet, daily life, labor, wind, frost, cold and heat, air quality, noise, cosmic forces, geomagnetism, gravity, radiation, various rays, and waves, etc. Every time you get angry, every time you get excited, every emotional change, every moment of sorrow, every puff of a cigarette, every sip of alcohol, every inappropriate diet, every staying up late or insomnia, every excessive fatigue, every cold wave or heat wave, storm or frost, every breath of polluted air, every unpleasant sound heard, every activity of sunspots, every volcanic eruption and earthquake, every nuclear leakage or bomb explosion, every sandstorm that covers the sky, and so on, all contribute to the aging and death of the human body. Most people will agree with my explanation, but through what channels and mechanisms do these factors change the structure of human growth? Most people don't understand it. Why? Because of the characteristics of the greatest creator, mysterious. The greatest creator is mysterious. The greatest creator only shows results, not processes. Why? Because once everyone understands the process of how things operate, everyone will become a god, and even want to compete with the greatest creator. This is a bit like the meetings held by the Central Political Bureau, where ministers, governors, and ordinary people are only informed about the results of the meeting and what they should know according to their level, not the process of the meeting. If the common people were aware of the political bureau meeting process, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. So, is the greatest creator too selfish and stingy? No, absolutely not. The greatest creator does not allow us to know everything, and this is precisely the embodiment of the greatest creator's mercy. Imagine if someone were to immediately tell the parents and relatives of a newborn child how the child will grow and eventually drown at the age of 15 while swimming in a river. What consequences would this have? Of course, the greatest creator does not prevent people from understanding the process of how things operate and change. In fact, the greatest creator shows all the mysteries without reservation to human beings. Some people can understand a little, while others do not understand at all. The key depends on each person's spirituality and wisdom. The purer the spirituality and the higher the wisdom, the more one can see and understand, whereas confusion and ignorance increase with a mixed spirituality and lower wisdom. For example, when an apple falls to the ground, this phenomenon is impartially demonstrated to everyone by nature. But how many people can understand what law or principle this phenomenon indicates? Only Newton saw the law of universal gravitation from it. Many people have ridden elevators, but how many people have deeply pondered what would happen if the elevator, without cable restraint, continuously increased the required energy? The elevator would continue to accelerate, and as a result, its mass would increase. To make the elevator eventually exceed the speed of light, infinite energy would be required, which is impossible from a material perspective without involving non-material. Therefore, Einstein derived the famous equation E equals mc squared, the mass-energy equivalence, which destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We have all experienced warmth by the fire, or seen objects burn red hot, or have had the experience of a hot stove heating our face while cooking in the kitchen. But how many people realized the theory of quantum mechanics from it? Only Max Planck realized it. Most people have sat under a big tree, but only Sakyamuni sat under a big tree and explored the 36-dimensional spaces with his consciousness and knew the Buddha land and path to Buddhahood. The greatest creator treats all members of humanity equally, regardless of whether you are white, black, or yellow. Whether you are a king, an expert, or an ordinary person. Whether you are rich, middle class, or poor. Whether you are a Muslim, a Buddhist, or a Christian. The greatest creator gives everyone the same opportunities and rights. Open the windows, the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view. You will see the faraway mountains fresh and green. Regardless of who you are, as long as you open the window of your soul and focus your vision on a more distant future, you can see the brilliance of the greatest creator from any natural phenomenon around you, and you will gain this supreme, great awakening wisdom. The greatest creator is impartial. 5. 上帝公正. The greatest creator is unique and exclusive, amorphous and neutral. Therefore, the greatest creator is impartial. If a court is controlled by good people, bad people will suffer. If it is controlled by bad people, good people will suffer. If it is controlled by the proletariat, the bourgeoisie will suffer. If it is controlled by the bourgeoisie, the proletariat will suffer. If it is controlled by gods, the devil will be constrained. If it is controlled by the devil, gods will be suppressed. Only neutrality, without bias, is the most just. The sun shines on the earth without favoring certain individuals, but equally shines on everyone. The air is full of the earth, and good people and bad people can breathe freely. There is sufficient water on earth, allowing you, me, and everyone to obtain water, which is crucial for life, at the lowest possible cost. This is how fair and just it is. If the greatest creator is not impartial and did not arrange for the sun, air, and water resources this way, some people would surely monopolize them, just as they do with land and mines. Would we have a way out then? Another aspect of the greatest creator's impartiality is that everyone, regardless of who they are, must die. If those in power never died and could live forever, would there be any hope for the poor? Therefore, any idea or action that seeks to extend the lifespan of some individuals and allow them to live forever goes against the impartiality of the greatest creator and is doomed to fail. Humans try to eliminate diseases such as cholera, typhoid, smallpox, plague from others. Created by the greatest creator, the source of life comes from the greatest creator. Without the greatest creator, there is nothing. Without the greatest creator, there would be no gods or demons, and without gods or demons, there would be no humanity. In other words, without the greatest creator, there would be no humanity. From a blood perspective, the greatest creator is the father of gods and demons. Gods are the fathers of humanity, and demons are the uncles of humanity. In other words, the greatest creator is the grandfather of humanity. Jesus called the greatest creator Heavenly Father, which is completely correct, because Jesus was created by the greatest creator. If we humans also call the greatest creator our Heavenly Father, we are putting ourselves on equal footing with Jesus as a God, which violates ethical relationships, because Jesus and other gods created us according to the greatest creator's requirements. Our Heavenly Father is not the greatest creator, but rather the gods. Emotionally, the greatest creator is our grandfather. The gods such as Jesus are our fathers, Satan and other demons are our uncles, celestials are the higher levels of human life, and the Buddha is the highest level of human life that can be reached. Grandfathers always love their grandchildren, and the greatest creator always cares about humanity. As long as we always respect and honor our grandfather, and not make him angry, we humans will have a bright future. Even if our fathers and uncles want to punish us, as long as we hold on to our grandfather's hand, our fathers and uncles, out of reverence for our grandfather, will have to let us go. The relationship of distance. The distance between us and the greatest creator has two meanings. From a material perspective, the distance between us and the greatest creator is immeasurable and extremely remote. The farthest galaxy from Earth that we currently know of is 27 billion light-years away, and the diameter of the smallest known particle, a quark, extends more than 30 billion light-years away from Earth in the negative direction. Moreover, the conscious energy clusters of the universe are not at the center of the universe, just as the human brain is not located in the middle of the body. From the perspective of 36-dimensional spaces, the greatest creator's essence is in the zero world, while humans are in the human world, separated by an insurmountable chasm. From a spiritual perspective, we are one with the greatest creator, and there is no distance between us. All things in the universe are miniatures of the greatest creator. Using an imperfect metaphor, the distance between humans and the greatest creator is like the distance between a finger and the body. Although a finger is a certain distance from the brain, it is still a part of the body, and the finger's every movement and sensation are connected to the brain. Inductive relationship. Although the greatest creator is very far away, like the distance between the brain and the finger, the brain reacts instantly to any sensation from the finger, and any command from the brain is immediately sensed by the finger. Therefore, in essence, the greatest creator is with us in any activity we engage in, whether physical, mental, or psychological, is instantly reflected to the greatest creator. Similarly, any command from the greatest creator is immediately reflected on our physical and spiritual bodies. The greatest creator does not have a specific form, which is why we humans cannot see the true existence of the greatest creator. However, this does not mean that the greatest creator does not exist, or that the greatest creator exists but has little to do with us humans. In fact, each one of us lives under the care and protection of the greatest creator, and we interact with the greatest creator and are interdependent. If the greatest creator is compared to the ocean, then we humans are like fish swimming in the ocean. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit referred to in the Bible are the greatest creator, Jesus, who carries out the greatest creator's will, and other gods, and the spirit of the greatest creator. The greatest creator's spirit fills the universe, and we live in the spirit of the greatest creator, just as fish live in water. Lao Tzu recognized the Tao in the Tao Te Ching as the Holy Spirit, which is the spirit of the greatest creator. To perceive the Tao, attain the Tao, or practice the Tao means to fully understand the existence, operation, and function of the spirit of the greatest creator through contemplation, intuition, and logical reasoning, and then unite with the greatest creator's spirit. Once united with the spirit, Tao, of the greatest creator, it is like what is described in the Buddhist sutras: attain the highest, supreme enlightenment, profound realization, and great wisdom. At this point, becoming a celestial is inevitable, and it is only one step away from becoming a Buddha. You may say, what you're saying seems reasonable, but I still can't feel the existence of the greatest creator's spirit and its effect on me. This involves the issue of levels of wisdom. Einstein's theories, such as energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, and light bends when it encounters a massive object, as well as mass and energy cause the curvature of space and time, are difficult for ordinary people to understand because our level of wisdom has not reached the height to understand his theories. However, when faced with the theories of quantum mechanics and the uncertainty principle, Einstein himself became confused. He believed that the greatest creator rules over everything, and therefore created the laws of physics, so the universe is orderly. That is, as long as we know the current state of everything, we can understand its future development and changes. But the quantum mechanics and uncertainty principle show that the future cannot be accurately predicted, and the results can be diverse. For example, the more accurately we measure the position of a small particle, the less accurately we can measure its velocity. And the more accurately we measure the velocity of a small particle, the less accurately we can measure its position. The more profound, abstract, and close to the edge of truth a theory is, the more difficult it is to understand. For the general public, it becomes a kind of mysticism. However, as long as we are open-minded and thoughtful, there is no summit that we cannot climb. The brilliant path of life has 3 levels of realm. The first level of heaven is to become a president or a billionaire. To achieve this goal, reading The Law of Success by Napoleon Hill, the creator of millionaires, can provide insights. The second level of realm is to be extraordinary and to enjoy the carefree and unrestrained life of a wanderer. Before you start to march towards becoming a president or a billionaire, imagine yourself as already being a president or a billionaire, and then fully feel that splendor in your thoughts. You will find that being a president or a billionaire cannot bring you real happiness and joy. Instead, it feels like a burden. Life should have a higher realm. Everything in the secular world is no longer enough to satisfy your pursuit. But you cannot escape from the influence and fetters of the secular world. At this time, your thinking must inevitably develop towards how to obtain the greatest freedom and enter the eternal realm of life. Your wisdom has reached a higher level, and you can understand the harm of attachment and the disadvantages of success in worldly affairs. You can reach the realm of taking things as they are, associating with others by following naturally come-and-go relations, acting in accordance with our natures, and taking advantage of opportunities as they arise. At this point, you can achieve the wisdom realm of never doing anything, yet all things happening through it. You can then fully embrace the carefree and unrestrained life of a wanderer. The third realm is the understanding of the mysteries of the universe and the true meaning of life. The feeling at this point is, the sky is unlimited for birds to fly at ease, as the ocean is boundless for fish to leap at will. You have reached the realm of one's mind abiding nowhere, as spoken by Buddha Sakyamuni. You know that life itself does not matter whether it is born or dies, and you can enter the Pure Land. At this point, when you look back at the behavior of world leaders and billionaires, it's like watching children playing house. Now let's continue to explore why we can't sense the existence of the greatest creator and the influence of the greatest creator's spirit on us. I believe this is simply a matter of different levels of wisdom. If our understanding remains stuck at the first level, like a frog at the bottom of a well, we cannot know or understand the colorful and magnificent world outside the well. Even if other frogs tell us how variegated the outside world is, we still cannot believe it and even think that other frogs are exaggerating things to scare people and be deliberately mystifying. If our understanding is limited to the second realm, like a frog in a pond, we cannot imagine the thousand waves and vast wonders of rivers, lakes, and oceans. The greatest creator is within us, and the greatest creator is always with us. We resonate with the greatest creator, and whether you can sense it or not depends entirely on the degree of your spiritual resonance. A low-quality television set cannot receive audio and video signals transmitted by television stations. Even if it does, the image is not clear, or there is a lot of noise, making it difficult to hear what the announcer is saying. A black and white TV cannot receive color images. Even if the quality of the TV is very good, if it does not receive the right frequency, it cannot receive the required signal. Having no wings, I can't fly to you as I please. Our hearts is one. Your ears can hear my inner call. Resonance occurs at the same frequency, and resonant communication occurs when frequencies are the same. Corresponding relationship, ways of communication. All things are part of the greatest creator, but the greatest creator is not all things. Fingers are part of a human, but humans are not just fingers. Embassies represent countries, but countries are not just embassies. Scientists belong to science, but science is not just scientists. Religions exist for gods, but gods do not exist for religions. Understanding these principles will help us understand the corresponding relationship between humans and the greatest creator. The greatest creator and all things are interdependent, and the key to this interdependence is resonance. Once we understand this, we can find a way to correspond with the greatest creator, ways of communication. Just as we need to tune in to the appropriate frequency to listen to a radio station, or dial the appropriate phone number to call someone, we must connect our souls with the greatest creator as Holy Spirit to communicate with the greatest creator. The greatest creator does not have a name, but for convenience, people have given him many names. Jesus calls the greatest creator the Heavenly Father. Muslims call the greatest creator Allah. Buddhists call the greatest creator the ancestor of Buddha Tathagata. Taoists call the greatest creator the primordial heavenly venerable, and others call the greatest creator the creator, imperial heaven, azure heaven, heaven of the four heavenly kings, and Brahma heaven, and so on. Some people also refer to the greatest creator as Heavenly Grandfather. In reality, all of these names are acceptable as long as we call upon the unique and exclusive, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, supremely powerful, intelligent, impartial, and merciful greatest creator in the universe from the depths of our hearts, regardless of the respectful name we use. Life Genuine combines the characteristics of three major religions and refers to the greatest creator. Allah, ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. I solemnly declare here that it is absolutely wrong for some people to call the founder of Buddhism, Shakyamuni, as the ancestor of Buddha. Shakyamuni is only a special envoy sent by the ancestor Buddha to the world. If we were to call the special envoys in Chinese history emperors, it would be a capital offense. Similarly, some denominations of Christianity believe in the Trinity, and therefore calling Jesus God, the greatest creator, is also incorrect. We cannot call a father a grandfather, can we? We understand the relationship between ourselves and the greatest creator, but what is the specific way to connect with the greatest creator? The specific way to connect with the greatest creator is through meditation and prayer. Meditation is the act of abandoning psychological activities caused by sound, smell, taste, touch, and law in a state of inaction, entering into deep contemplation and imagination, casting aside fame and fortune, life and death, and pondering the mysteries of the universe and the true essence of life. Over time, our consciousness will unite with that of the greatest creator, and our wisdom will make a qualitative leap. When our mind reaches an indescribable sense of happiness and joy, we have already established a close connection with the greatest creator. This is the most direct, effective, and challenging way to connect with the greatest creator. The being free from mortal body during meditation method I mentioned in the physical and spiritual healthcare chapter is one form of meditation. The second way is through prayer. We must first understand that the purpose of human existence is to serve the greatest creator. The main purpose of our prayer is to please the greatest creator. In terms of how to pray, the way of prayer, and the content of prayer, Jesus Christ has already told us very clearly. We just need to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. Generally speaking, prayer must come from a sincere heart and not be perfunctory or half-hearted. The content of prayer must first sincerely thank the greatest Creator for His grace, kindness, and care, and then sing and praise the greatest Creator's wisdom, superpower, and greatness. Next, we must declare that we are willing to act and live according to the greatest Creator's will, not concerned about personal success or failure. Then, we must repent and confess our sins and mistakes in a thorough and honest way, in order to ask the greatest Creator for forgiveness. Finally, we should ask the greatest Creator to help us walk the right path and enter a higher realm of life in the afterlife. The conclusion should state that our prayer is made in the name of Jesus Christ, who is the Father of humanity in heaven. Prayer is a personal act, not a social one. Shouting loudly and deliberately making others hear your prayer is hypocritical and useless. We must silently and quietly pray, and not necessarily say it out loud, because our psychological activities will become a kind of thought wave, just like electroencephalograms and electrocardiograms, sending our wishes to the vast universe. The greatest Creator will surely respond to us. In addition, since we ourselves are also a component of the greatest Creator, if we hear our own prayers, it signals that the greatest Creator has also heard them. When praying, we must be careful not to have evil thoughts, such as praying for someone to have bad luck, praying for wealth and fame, praying for the glory of our ancestors, or blaming the greatest Creator for unfairness, as these thoughts will be accepted by the devil and will eventually cause harm to ourselves. Because evil thoughts are not on the same frequency as the greatest Creator, but are on the same frequency as the devil. Why should we connect with the greatest Creator? I will answer this in the chapter of life. The God promoted in the Old Testament of the Bible is not the greatest Creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Tsong Long and Ailian. First of all, we need to acknowledge that the Bible is the crystallization of the wisdom of the Israeli nation. It faithfully records the history of the Jewish people and explains to the utmost the relationship between gods and demons and human beings, pointing the way forward for humanity. The Bible, along with the Quran, Buddhist scriptures, and the Tao Te Ching, is a treasure trove of human wisdom, a book of treasures that teaches us how to be human and how to develop towards higher levels of life. The opening statement of the Bible is true, but not everything covered by the sacred robe is necessarily sacred, and not everyone who wears the sacred robe is necessarily an abbot in charge. The Bible has a problem, and that is that the God promoted in it is not the real greatest Creator. We already know that the greatest Creator has 8 main features: uniqueness and exclusivity, formlessness, neutrality, mystery, impartiality, mercy, supreme power, and intelligence. Intelligence is mainly manifested in the establishment of the universe order, the design of the life program, and the knowledge of the past and the future. So, does the God in the Bible possess these 8 features? Let's take a few examples to illustrate. Adam and Eve's betrayal. In the book of Genesis, it is said that Adam and Eve, under the temptation of the serpent, ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which God had forbidden them to eat, and as a result, they disobeyed God's will and were expelled from the Garden of Eden. This event shows that the God in the Bible is A. Powerless, B. Lacks foresight, C. Unjust. His powerlessness is evident in that he was a failure from the beginning. The first couple he created betrayed him. How can we believe in a God who often fails? The flood killed most of humanity, and what about the future humanity? They still don't listen to him. Moses' 10 Commandments were God's instructions in the Bible, but how many have humans obeyed? Not a single one has been sincerely followed. It seems that God in the Bible is helpless when it comes to humans. The only way is to threaten and threaten again. If you don't do this or that, you will be punished. It has been thousands of years, from the beginning to now, and humanity is still the same. Is there really no other way? Is there other force constraining this almighty God? If so, is God not the only one? Humanity has been going against you for thousands of years. What are you waiting for? The lack of foresight in the God of the Bible is shown in his ignorance of Adam and Eve's betrayal, and his lack of knowledge about the future development trend of the things he created. Can we rely on a God who cannot predict the past and the future? If the Earth were to fly out of the solar system and you didn't know, how could you save humanity? If you can't even manage humans, how can you manage gods and demons? How can you manage the vast universe? The unfairness of God in the Bible is manifested in his failure to distinguish right from wrong and a lack of reasoning. There are three reasons why Adam and Eve betrayed him. Firstly, the genetic structure of Adam and Eve, which he created, was flawed or imperfect. The things he created turned against him, causing him to become angry and frustrated. This is like an architect working hard to build a house, but the house collapses just as the project is completed and falls on his feet. Should he blame the house or blame himself? The second reason for the betrayal is the temptation and instigation of the snake. Adam and Eve were human beings, and the power behind the snake was Satan, the devil. Human energy and wisdom are unable to contend with evil, and yet God did not punish the devil, the culprit, but instead vented his anger on Adam and Eve, banishing them from the Garden of Eden. Is this fair? If a rapist rapes an 8-year-old girl, and instead of punishing the rapist, he blames the girl for having a weak resistance and for having developed a vagina, is this fair? The third and most important reason for the betrayal is the damned tree of knowledge of good and evil. Who planted it in the Garden of Eden? Why did they plant it? It's like putting poisonous candy on a child's dinner table. Is this not intentionally creating a situation where there is no silver in this place? On the one hand, constantly showing pornographic videos to young girls, and on the other hand, pretending to demand that they remain chaste. Is this the behavior of a moral person? Is it not the cunning and wicked person who planted the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden that led to Adam and Eve's betrayal? Furthermore, for a person who can create the universe, is banishing Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden the only solution? Is there no other way? Is it fair to not even give a chance to correct a mistake made once? Is it fair to be guilty for a lifetime for one mistake? Jesus came to the world mainly to redeem sinners. According to the logic of the Bible, people have original sin, which comes from the ancestors of humanity, Adam and Eve, and their sin was caused by eating the fruit from the cursed tree of knowledge of good and evil. From the moment we were born, we have been burdened with the original sin inherited from Adam and Eve. This cross is too heavy to bear. The logical conclusion of this reasoning is, the son of a thief is always a thief. The son of a criminal is always a criminal. The children of landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, and rightists will always be labeled as the 5 black categories. The son of an emperor is always an emperor. No wonder in human history, especially in the feudal era, one person commits a crime and 9 generations suffer. No wonder, when one person ascends to the Tao, the whole family prospers. No wonder the emperor doesn't take turns to reign and instead lets an ignorant child inherit the throne at the age of 3. It turns out that all of these conform to the logic of the Bible. If there is guilt, firstly it is on God in the Bible and Satan. Just for Adam and Eve, over 100 billion people throughout human history have had to suffer. How can this be humane? Why not execute Adam and Eve at that time and then create humans again? Is it really that difficult for God in the Bible to create a person? Humans are born with sin, which is why every person who comes into this world has to suffer. But this sin is not inherited from our ancestors, but something that each person creates themselves in their past lives. If a person has no sin, they would become a deity or a Buddha. The 10 plagues of Egypt are recorded in the book of Exodus. When Moses and Aaron asked Pharaoh to let the Israelites leave Egypt in the name of the God in the Bible, they were refused. As a result, the God in the Bible brought 10 plagues upon the Egyptians. 1. The water of the Nile turned into blood, and the fish in the river died, causing a foul odor to arise. 2. Frogs jumped out of the Nile and spread throughout the land of Egypt, causing a foul odor. 3. The dust of the land of Egypt turned into lice, crawling on the bodies of people and animals. 4. Swarms of flies plagued Egypt. 5. A plague killed almost all of Egypt's livestock. 6. Boils appeared on the bodies of the Egyptians. 7. A rare hailstorm occurred. 8. Locusts ate up all the green plants that were left after the hail. 9. Darkness covered Egypt for 3 days. 10. The firstborn of both people and livestock were killed. If we say that God punished Egypt because Pharaoh did not obey God's will, it can be understood. But killing the firstborn of both people and animals in Egypt is a bit too much, unreasonable. If the Egyptian emperor does not listen to you, you can punish him, but why bring disaster to ordinary people? Even worse, even the children of the slave girls who are at the bottom of society, like donkeys pushing mills, are not spared and must be killed. Does such a God have mercy? This is simply the behavior of a devil that destroys humanity. What is even more hateful is that the main reason why Pharaoh did not allow the Israelites to leave Egypt is that the God in the Bible made Pharaoh's heart hardened. Before the 10 plagues occurred, the God in the Bible had already made preparations. Exodus 7 verse 3 records, "But I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and though I multiply my signs and wonders in Egypt." This means that the God in the Bible had set a trap for the Egyptians but was finding ways to punish them. Exodus 8 verse 19 says, "But when Pharaoh saw that there was a respite, he hardened his heart and hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said." Exodus 9 verse 35 says, "And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Israel go, as the Lord had spoken by Moses." Exodus 10 verse 20 says, "But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go." Exodus 10 verse 27 says, "But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go." Exodus 11 verse 10 says, "And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land." It was the God in the Bible who allowed the Israelites to leave Egypt, but also the same God who made Pharaoh's heart hardened and caused many problems, not allowing the Israelites to leave Egypt easily. What is the God in the Bible doing? On the one hand, he encourages the people to rebel, while on the other hand, he informs the government authorities and encourages them to brutally suppress the rebellion. Isn't this person a schemer and a two-faced person? Is this what God looks like? The Israelites are God's chosen people. The Bible is divided into two parts, the Old Testament and the New Testament. The Old Testament refers to events before the birth of Jesus, and the New Testament refers to events after his birth. The term testament refers to a covenant, contract, or agreement. The entire Bible mainly deals with the covenant, contract, and agreement between God and the Israelites. This raises a paradox. There are probably more than 3,000 ethnic groups in the world. Why did God make a covenant only with the Israelites? Aren't other ethnic groups also God's people? If so, God cannot make a covenant only with the Israelites and ignore other ethnic groups. If not, where did other ethnic groups come from? Did Adam and Eve not serve as the ancestors of all humanity, only the ancestors of the Israelites? Were people of other ethnic groups created by the devil? From the creation to the Great Flood is 1,656 years. From the Great Flood to the Exodus from Egypt is a total of 857 years. From the Exodus to the establishment of the Israelite nation is 396 years. From the establishment to the Babylonian exile is 510 years. From the Babylonian exile to the rebuilding of Jerusalem is 152 years. From the rebuilding of Jerusalem to the birth of Jesus is approximately 450 years. From the birth of Jesus to today is a total of 2,003 years. According to the calculations in the Bible, human history is approximately 6,376 years. According to the Bible, only 8 people, Noah, his wife, and his 3 sons and their wives, survived the Great Flood, which occurred about 4,700 years ago. That means there were no other people on Earth besides Noah's family. This raises a series of questions. First, where did Native Americans come from? According to the theory of continental drift, the separation of the American continent from other continents could not have occurred within the past 4,700 years. How did Noah's descendants travel from the Middle East to America? Moreover, after the Great Flood, Noah's family consisted of only 8 people, and it is impossible that they immediately dispersed. Noah could not have sent one of his sons and his daughter-in-law to cross the freezing Siberia and take the risk of crossing the Bering Strait to America. The second question is about where the black people in Africa came from. From a genetic perspective, black, yellow, and white people all have their own ancestors. A pair of purebred white people cannot produce a black or yellow person, even with evolution. Even if we talk about evolution, the Israelites could not have evolved into black or yellow people within 4,700 years. Moreover, according to Darwin's theory of evolution, it is the survival of the fittest. Could the Israelites who wrote the Bible have evolved into African Americans? No matter how we comfort our black brothers, they are not superior to the Israelites in terms of intelligence. As for the Chinese nation, the appearance of the emperor was about 4,600 years ago, and the story of Dayu controlling floods was about 4,200 years ago. From a time span perspective, the descendants of Noah could not have come to the Central Plains just over 100 years after the Great Flood. Even if they could have come to the Central Plains, could they have reproduced so many people in 400 years to follow Dayu to control the floods? Where did the Chinese nation come from? Can Dayu's flood control be understood as controlling the Great Flood of that time? From the perspective of the Bible, the theory of biological evolution cannot be recognized, because once the theory of biological evolution is recognized, the theory of God creating humanity is undoubtedly denied. But if we deny the theory of biological evolution, we cannot explain the origins of black and yellow people, and we cannot say that Adam and Eve are the common ancestors of humanity. The story of Cain and Abel. After Adam and Eve were banished from the Garden of Eden, their first child was Cain, and their second child was Abel. One day, Cain brought an offering of the fruit of the ground to the Lord. Abel also brought the firstborn of his flock and their fat. The Lord favored Abel and his offering, but he did not favor Cain and his offering. As a result, out of jealousy, Cain killed his own brother, Abel. We want to ask God in the Bible, why did you only accept Abel's offering but not Cain's? Isn't Cain's jealousy and the subsequent murder of his brother Abel a trouble of your own making? If you didn't show partiality, how could you provoke Cain's jealousy? Why is it that the people you created caused so much trouble? Adam and Eve disobeyed you, and their sons ended up killing each other. Can't you, as God, solve these problems? Or is this your deliberate plan? Cain was a murderer and should have been punished severely, but you said, anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over. This is a non-standard morality. If you don't punish the criminal, that's one thing. But if someone else punishes the criminal, they should receive 7 times the punishment? Isn't this protecting the criminal? No wonder human history has been filled with bloodshed and crime for thousands of years. It turns out that God in the Bible is protecting criminals. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over. Cain is a criminal, so we can fully understand it as, anyone who kills a criminal will suffer vengeance 7 times over. From this, it seems that it is better to be a criminal, as at least someone will protect you. If you're a good person, not only will no one protect you, but you'll also suffer 7 times the punishment. Then there are the prophets and dreams in the Bible. The prophets are representatives of God on earth with incomprehensible wisdom and ability. This makes us ordinary people unable to distinguish between truth and lies. If someone says, I am a prophet, should we believe them or not? If we don't believe them, are we not opposing God? But if we believe them, could they not be using the name of the prophet to deceive us? Speaking of dreams, there are a lot of dreams and interpretations of dreams in the Bible, especially in the book of Revelation. Of course, only prophets can interpret dreams, which brings us endless confusion. First of all, did you as a prophet really have this dream? Your dreams are not visible to others, so could you be making up some dreams to deceive us? If you really had the dream, is your interpretation correct? Could you be interpreting the dream in the opposite way? We would like to ask you, the God in the Bible, you often directly communicated with people. Why did you stop talking directly to humanity later on? Is it that the Adam and Eve on other planets also rebelled against your guidance? Why did you have to warn humanity in the form of dreams? Why not make the truth clear and straightforward? Don't you have the ability to do so? Do you not have the time? Do you have something to hide? We can give many examples to show that the God in the Bible does not possess the attributes of being uniqueness and exclusivity, amorphousness, neutrality, mystery, impartiality, mercy, supreme power, and intelligence. It can be said with certainty, the God in the Bible is not the real God. 翻译上帝的话语. Interpretation of the words of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Long and Ailian. The greatest creator never directly speaks to humanity. The greatest creator's words are implicit in the laws of nature. To put it simply, the greatest creator's words are the Tao. Specifically, the greatest creator's words are the formulas of physics, the molecular formulas of chemistry, the equations of mathematics, the structural formulas of biology, and the causal formulas of life science. Therefore, those great physicists, chemists, mathematicians, outstanding doctors, and other professionals are the ones who can truly translate the greatest creator's words. Works such as the Tao Te Ching, the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, and the Treatise on Response and Retribution of the Supreme Clarity can be seen as translations of the greatest creator's words in social life science. In human society, those who have succeeded in various fields are those who have inadvertently followed the greatest creator's words, because they have followed the laws of the movement and development of things in their time and place. The laws are the greatest creator's words. Those who fail are those who go against the laws. People who are spiritually or materially rich are those who consciously and voluntarily follow the rules, that is, those who understand the greatest creator's words. People who are spiritually or materially poor are those who ignore the existence of the greatest creator and misinterpret the greatest creator's words. Anyone who can humbly accept education is someone who understands the greatest creator's words. Those who are stubborn, rigid, restless, inflexible, and cannot calmly contemplate are the ones who go against the greatest creator's words and are unreasonable, irredeemable, and destined to suffer. Translating the greatest creator's words requires wisdom, contemplation, and insight, a calm and peaceful mindset, a complete spiritual and divine state, and an attitude of reverence for the greatest creator, respect for deities and Buddha, love for nature, love for life, and love for humanity. I will attempt to translate some of the greatest creator's words and kindly ask for corrections from the hidden talents and potential and high-level practitioners in the world. I am the greatest creator, the supreme ruler of the universe, the commander of all the gods, the cradle of life, the birthplace of wisdom, the driving force of the universe, the energy center of the supernatural world, the oasis in the desert, and the lighthouse in the fog. I am omnipotent, omnipresent, perfect, and flawless, and I can see through everything. I have prepared the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world for those who respect me. These are infinitely beautiful worlds where you will no longer have to worry about food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, nor will you be anxious about aging, sickness, and death, or concerned about the impermanence and disasters. You can enjoy and play to your heart's content. Therefore, you should follow my path. I have also prepared the lower realms of life, the nether world, the frozen layer, and the inflamed layer. For those who ignore my existence, insult me, blaspheme me, and betray me. You will suffer torment and eat the bitter fruit you have sown. Therefore, you should repent and ask for my forgiveness. Your life is short. Don't waste precious time on useless things. You should prioritize seeking me. If you seek me, I will appear. If you knock on my door, I will open it for you. Everything you see is fleeting and illusory. The real things are hidden behind what you see. You must learn to seek them out. Everything you have in the world will not bring you true happiness and joy. The more you have, the more you will suffer. You should pursue wisdom. Only wisdom can make you happy and blissful, and only with wisdom can I let you enter the higher level of life space. Don't make life too complicated. You should pursue a simple, ordinary, and rich life because I prefer people who have wisdom and are ordinary and plain, not just those who have power, status, and fame. Don't limit your thinking to three-dimensional space. Otherwise, you will not see other spaces. Don't deny the existence of other spaces just because you cannot see them, just like denying the existence of particles because you cannot see them. You should stay away from evil deeds. Those who steal, rob, deceive, extort, rape, kill, are greedy, and corrupt will never have a bright future. Don't have jealousy, slander, arrogance, conceit, resentment, or cunning in your heart. These things are like viral bacteria that will erode your spirituality. Do not compare yourselves to others. Be your own person, walk your own path, and do not chase after trends or fads. Do not lose your way. Humbly learn from those who are wise, listen to the teachings of the knowledgeable, and have the courage to acknowledge your own ignorance. You were born into this world to be human, so do not pursue extraordinary abilities or strive to become gods or Buddhas. Walk the path of being a good human being, and the quality of your next life will be determined by the merits you accumulate in this one. I dislike those who behave weirdly or act peculiarly. Earth is the home of humanity. Love every mountain, tree, blade of grass, every particle of earth and drop of water. Whoever destroys their home will have no home left, but those who cherish it will go to a beautiful home. How you treat me, I will treat you in the same way. I have not created many contradictory religions in the world. I have only created laws and regulations for the universe and life. Religions are created by humans yourselves. Do not build temples or churches for me, for the entire universe is where I am. Do not sacrifice animals to me, for I am the greatest creator and I do not eat such things. You should revere me with your heart and not deceive me with superficial forms. You cannot deceive me. I detest those who appear devout on the surface but hold contempt for me in their hearts. You should respect the elderly because you will also grow old. You should care for the young because in my eyes, you are also young. If you do not care for the young, I will not care for you. Respect your teachers and humbly accept education. Otherwise, ignorance and foolishness will obscure your mind, leaving you groping in the darkness for lifetimes. Observe laws and respect your rulers. There are universal laws governing all things in the cosmos. You cannot act recklessly without consequences. The right to exist as human beings is given to all of you by me. Protect your rights as human beings, and resist those who would deprive you of them. Stand tall and upright like humans, not groveling like dogs. Help yourselves, and I will help you. Abandon yourselves, and I will forsake you. The population of humans on Earth is already too high. You must exercise self-control and not reproduce like animals. Otherwise, disasters will befall you by my will. This is a warning, so do not blame me for being cruel. Actively seek me out and follow my path. If you disregard my existence and do as you please, disasters will strike you at any time. Hold on tight to my hand. Please kindly critique and correct my interpretation if there are any mistakes. Your spirituality will grow, and your thinking will transcend that which arises from human nature and ethics. Stay and study in life genuine. A new life will begin. Take a broad view. You will see the faraway mountains fresh and green. Open the windows. The sunlight and fresh air will come in. 给东海一宵讲上帝. Preaching about the greatest creator to Donghai Xiao. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Tsong Long and Ailian. Confucianism reveres heaven, regardless of whether it is referred to as heavenly realm, imperial heaven, or Lord of Heaven. The point is that it acknowledges the existence of a force beyond human power, a divine being that exists in the realm of the unknowable. This acknowledgement is not a sudden impulse, nor is it the result of the teachings of a particular master. Rather, it is a summary of the life experiences and practices of millions of people. If we randomly ask a few people over 60 years old, do you believe in the existence of a divine being beyond everything? I guarantee that at least half of them will not deny the existence of the Heavenly Lord. This heaven, heavenly realm, Emperor of Heaven, Heavenly Lord, is the greatest creator. If you observe the operation of a precision CNC machine, what do you perceive? You will find that this CNC machine is working automatically with accuracy and precision. Do you think this is an innate attribute of the machine, or do you think there is someone controlling it behind the scenes? The beehive is a regular hexagonal prism with 3 equal rhombuses at its base. The obtuse angle of the rhombus is 109 degrees 28 minutes, and the acute angle is 70 degrees 32 minutes. Why is it this angle? Because according to scientist calculations, only this angle can maximize material savings. Now I want to ask you, are bees so intelligent? Or is there a force behind them, controlling them, just like a person controlling a CNC machine? In my chapter of The Greatest Creator, I gave dozens of such examples. Faced with such facts, will you still deny the existence of the greatest creator? Everything has a source, so where does the source lie? Everything moves, so where does the initial driving force come from? Everything has a spirit, so where does this spirit come from? There is cause and effect, and everything has a cause, but where does the initial cause come from? Everything that exists has a purpose, but what is the ultimate purpose? Life has a hierarchy, so what is the highest form of life? Can you say that the highest form of life is me, Donghai Xiao? Everything has an order, so who established this order? Are you going to say, I, Donghai Xiao, establish the order in the universe and everything in it? Everything is interrelated, and interrelation has an endpoint. So where is this endpoint? Are you going to say, the computers of the world are connected to the internet, and the endpoint of this connection is my computer, Donghai Xiao's computer? Do you still deny the existence of the greatest creator? Of course, you can say that everything is natural and formed naturally, but can you explain what nature means and how it naturally creates all the masterpieces and their operating programs in the world? All of this needs to be rigorously explained and revealed. You shouldn't just stubbornly say, nature is nature. I don't believe in the greatest creator. What can you do to me? Those who believe in the greatest creator have spirituality, wisdom, and insight. Those who don't believe in God are ignorant. The greatest creator is not the creator of any one family. Those who believe in the greatest creator shouldn't think that the greatest creator should help them solve all their problems. This is a misunderstanding of the greatest creator. The greatest creator is like the sun, shining impartially on everything in the world, including every person. As for who gets how much energy from the sun, it depends on each person's preferences and actions. If you're afraid of the sun and the light, that's your own problem, not the sun's. The greatest creator has 8 features: unique, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, impartial, merciful, superbly powerful, and intelligent. Why do I say that the God described in the Old Testament of the Bible is not the real greatest creator? Because the God in the Bible does not have the above 8 features. Why do I say that the Krishna promoted by the Krishna consciousness movement is not the real God? Because Krishna has 16,108 wives, while the real greatest creator is neutral, neither male nor female, and any statement and action of personifying the greatest creator are always incorrect. Why? 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 I won't say anymore. You can verify and judge for yourself. Why do some people vigorously resist the greatest creator of Life-Chanuan's faith? Because when the truth is revealed, the false cannot hide, so they resort to slander and resistance. If they don't defame the truth, the false cannot pass. In short, I don't expect you to believe in the greatest creator overnight, but I hope you don't rush to deny it. Use your lifetime of practice to verify it. At the end of your life, if you can say, having heard Tao in the morning, one may die content in the evening, that's enough. 人体的奥妙证明上帝存在的例证. The wonders of the human body, evidence for the existence of the greatest creator. Recommended by Xuefeng. Despite the fact that current medical understanding of the human body is still quite limited, the existing knowledge alone is enough to leave us in awe of the intricacy of human anatomy and function. Each system and organ of the body is a masterpiece of creation, and even those seemingly insignificant parts have profound purposes. For example, human hair varies in type, each with different shapes and functions, and they must not be confused. Hair on the head protects the head and also serves an aesthetic purpose, which is why it can grow very long. The Bible says that long hair is a woman's glory, hence women rarely go bald. Eyebrows are there to divert sweat and rainwater away from the eyes. Thus, they are located above the eyes and curved to the sides. Eyelashes prevent dust and foreign objects from entering the eyes. Thus, they grow on the edges of the upper and lower eyelids and curve forward in a special arc, so as not to obstruct vision. When closed, the upper and lower eyelashes interlock without poking the eyeball. If eyebrows and eyelashes grew too long, they would impede vision, which is why they never grow as long as head hair or beards. Nasal hair filters the air we breathe, growing on the inner surface of the nostrils and slanting outward. If they grew inward, foreign particles would enter easily but be hard to expel. Armpit hair reduces friction and helps evaporate sweat. Without it, people would have to keep their arms raised all day to prevent skin inflammation due to friction and moisture. Armpit hair, based on its function, can't grow as long as head hair nor as short as eyebrows, and it is fine and curly. If it were coarse and straight, it would pierce the skin. The epithelial cells of the intestines also have cilia, which grow downward and move in unison with a wave-like motion from top to bottom, aiding in the downward movement of intestinal contents. The cilia on the epithelium of the trachea and bronchi, however, grow and beat in the opposite direction, upward, to push phlegm to the throat for expulsion. If they followed the usual downward growth, the trachea and bronchi would be blocked by phlegm, making it impossible for a person to survive. Let's take two simple reflex activities of the human body as examples. When foreign objects invade the nasal cavity or trachea, they trigger two protective reflexes: sneezing and coughing, both aiming to expel the foreign objects. However, because the situations are different, the reflex methods also vary significantly. A foreign object in the nasal cavity is not an emergency, so the sneezing reflex can prepare slowly. It begins with a slow inhalation, opening the mouth, lifting the soft palate to block the nasal cavity, and inhaling enough air through the mouth. Then, the chest and abdominal cavities contract sharply, forcing air out of the lungs quickly. At the climax of the exhalation, the tongue suddenly lifts to block the mouth, forcing the air to shoot out through the nasal cavity, expelling the foreign object from the nose. However, if a foreign object enters the trachea, it is an extremely urgent situation that requires immediate removal to prevent life-threatening consequences. There is no time to waste, and inhaling is not allowed, as it would push the foreign object deeper and cause suffocation. Therefore, the coughing reflex involves no inhalation. Instead, the glottis closes immediately, while the chest and abdominal cavities explosively contract, drastically increasing the pressure of the remaining air in the lungs. When the pressure reaches its peak, the glottis suddenly opens, and the air bursts out, expelling the foreign object from the trachea through the glottis to the pharynx. At this moment, the soft palate lifts to block the nasal cavity, ensuring the foreign object is expelled through the mouth. If the tongue and soft palate acted the same as during sneezing, the foreign object expelled from the trachea would enter the nasal cavity through the back of the nasal passage, causing further trouble. In both reflex activities, various body parts must coordinate strictly. Any disruption in coordination will lead to the failure of the entire reflex activity, with potentially severe consequences. Thus, these activities are not random but follow functional requirements and predetermined procedures. These procedures are innate, present in the brain's neural structures, nerve nuclei, at birth, ensuring the survival of infants. Given the highly advanced computer technology available today, it is possible for humans to artificially simulate these activities. To achieve this, three conditions must be met. Devices that simulate the inhalation, exhalation, and sensory functions of the human mouth, nose, pharynx, trachea, and chest and abdominal cavities. Central control equipment that mimics the nervous system, computers, and input-output networks. These two components constitute the so-called hardware. However, hardware alone is not sufficient. Software is also necessary. It is a strictly designed program that controls the activities and sequences of various components, ensuring seamless coordination. All three elements are indispensable, as the entire reflex activity cannot be realized without any one of them. This software program is not a physical structure but an application of intelligence, a purely mental product. Without the application of intelligence, a program cannot be created. This raises a question. If the computer program is written and pre-stored by humans, who then writes and pre-stores the control programs in the human brain? Sneezing and coughing are merely the simplest examples. In reality, the human body performs countless automatic physiological, biochemical, and pathological control activities, most of which are far more intricate and complex than external reflexes like coughing. Some of these remain beyond human understanding to this day. So, where do these sophisticated and profound control programs come from? Let's take a look at the human sensory organs. Why do people have two ears? It turns out that a single ear cannot discern the direction of sound. With two ears positioned on either side of the head, the brain can determine the direction of the sound based on the slight difference in the time it takes for the sound to reach each ear. The outermost part of the auditory organ is the auricle, which funnels sound into the external auditory canal. The auricle contains a thin layer of cartilage that maintains its shape and provides good elasticity, preventing damage upon impact. Without cartilage, the auricle would just be two layers of soft skin hanging on either side of the head, serving no purpose. If it were made of thin, hard bone, it would break easily upon impact, and side sleeping would crush the auricle, leaving people's ears incomplete. The outer part of the external auditory canal has fine hairs to prevent dust and sand from entering, while the inner part secretes cerumen to deter insects. If a foreign object enters the external auditory canal, the reflex action triggered is not sneezing or coughing but shaking the head to dislodge the object. This is because the external auditory canal is a blind tube, and it is impossible to expel foreign objects with air. Why doesn't a foreign object in the nasal cavity trigger a head-shaking reflex to expel it? This is because the human nasal cavity is almost located in the center of the head, and shaking the head cannot generate enough centrifugal force. Additionally, human nostrils face downward, making head shaking ineffective for expelling foreign objects. Sound is produced by the mechanical vibration of objects and is usually transmitted through airwaves, known as sound waves. The human ear is essentially a sophisticated mechanical vibration detector. Within the inner ear, there is a series of basilar membranes of varying sizes, each resonating with specific frequencies to generate corresponding nerve impulses. The brain identifies the intensity, pitch, and timbre of sounds based on these neural impulses. It is noteworthy that while the human body has many sensory organs, only the inner ear is situated within the densest and most robust bone, the petrous part of the temporal bone. This is because, among all sensory organs, only the ear's function involves monitoring mechanical vibrations, which necessitates a relatively fixed coordinate. Without this fixed coordinate, the detection of sound would be impossible. If the inner ear were located within soft tissue, it would move with the sound waves, like a water lily floating on water, rendering it unable to detect any sound. However, since the inner ear is encased in solid bone, it cannot directly sense air vibrations. Therefore, it is necessary first to convert the air's sound waves into mechanical vibrations before transmitting them to the inner ear. At the bottom of the external auditory canal, there is indeed such a conversion device, the eardrum, tympanic membrane. The eardrum has a relatively large surface area to receive sufficient air pressure, and its paper-thin texture allows it to vibrate freely with incoming sound waves. Additionally, it is quite resilient and capable of driving the transmission apparatus. The long handle of the malleus bone is attached to the inner side of the eardrum, and the tension created by the malleus handle maintains a slight inward curvature of the eardrum. This tension allows the eardrum to accurately convert incoming sound waves into mechanical vibrations, and it ensures that the vibratory characteristics of the eardrum are unaffected by external temperature changes. Once sound waves are converted back into mechanical vibrations, they must be transmitted to the inner ear through a rigid object. Among the various tissues in the human body, the most rigid is the skeleton. However, most bones are too cumbersome and are wrapped in thick, soft tissue, making them completely unsuitable for transmitting audio vibrations. However, within the tympanic cavity between the eardrum and the inner ear, there are three unique, ultraminiature bones. These bones are extremely light, measuring only a few millimeters, and are almost completely exposed to the air in the tympanic cavity. They are connected by ligaments to form an arc-shaped conduction chain, possessing excellent audio vibration characteristics. This chain can accurately transmit the vibrations of the eardrum to the inner ear. This transmission system can amplify weaker vibrations appropriately and buffer overly strong sound waves. All of these features represent a highly sophisticated design that fully meets the requirements of acoustic physics. The ingenuity of the auditory organs does not end here. For the eardrum to vibrate freely with incoming sound waves, both sides of the eardrum must be exposed to air. Thus, the middle ear contains an air-filled tympanic cavity. If this cavity were filled with liquid like other body cavities, the eardrum would be unable to vibrate because liquids cannot be compressed. Moreover, the tympanic cavity not only needs to be filled with air, but must also have an appropriate channel connecting it to the outside world to balance the static air pressure in the cavity with the external atmospheric pressure. Otherwise, the air in the tympanic cavity would gradually be absorbed, causing the eardrum to retract severely or rupture, leading to a loss of function. When external air pressure changes, such as during mountain climbing, diving, airplane ascents and descents, or sudden weather changes, discomfort and hearing impairment can occur. However, the middle ear cannot be directly open to the outside like the external auditory canal or nasal cavity, as this would cause external sound waves to reach both sides of the eardrum simultaneously via the external auditory canal and middle ear canal, canceling out the sound pressure and preventing the eardrum from vibrating, thereby eliminating hearing. Therefore, the method of connecting the middle ear to the outside world becomes a complex problem. But the human body has ingeniously solved this problem with a clever design. The middle ear connects to the nasopharynx through a semi-open channel known as the eustachian tube. Normally, the eustachian tube is closed and only opens temporarily during swallowing, allowing the air pressure in the middle ear to balance intermittently. After swallowing, it closes again. Aside from eating, the human body unconsciously performs a swallowing action at regular intervals, even during sleep. This helps to adjust the air pressure in the middle ear, preventing it from affecting hearing. Moreover, during swallowing, the uvula and soft palate inevitably lift, blocking the oral cavity from the nasal cavity and temporarily isolating the pharynx from the external environment. This way, at the moment the eustachian tube opens, while air can enter the middle ear, external sound waves are blocked from entering, thus ensuring that hearing remains unaffected and can constantly receive external influences and linguistic information. Apart from the pharynx, there is no other part of the body that can so aptly meet the special requirements of the auditory system. The pharynx, being part of the digestive and respiratory tracts, does not belong to the sensory system, yet it works so ingeniously with the auditory organs that one cannot help but acknowledge the human body structure as a product of an exceptionally advanced overall design. The vestibular part of the inner ear is the organ that controls the body's balance. It contains 3 mutually perpendicular semicircular canals. When the body becomes unbalanced, the semicircular canals generate balance impulses, which, through the balance center in the medulla oblongata, trigger corresponding reflex actions to restore balance and prevent potential harm. This is one of the innate reflexes. Why are there exactly 3 semicircular canals, and not 2 or 4? And why are they mutually perpendicular? The reason is quite apparent. Because humans live in 3-dimensional space, they can move in 3 mutually perpendicular directions: front and back, left and right, and up and down. Therefore, there must be 3 mutually perpendicular semicircular canals to fully monitor these movements. Fewer than 3 would be insufficient, and more than 3 would be unnecessary. Clearly, all these precise and ingenious structures and functions demonstrate a high level of wisdom and cannot possibly be the result of mere chance. Vision is the most important sense for the human body, providing more information than all other senses combined. Vision involves the perception of images in space, requiring the visual organs to have the most precise, accurate, and distinctly different structures from other sensory organs. Therefore, from the perspective of embryology and neuroanatomy, the main structure of the eye is not an ordinary sensory organ but rather a part of the cerebral cortex. The optic nerve, unlike other cranial and spinal nerves, is essentially an internal structure of the brain, responsible for transmitting the most complex and refined visual information. Functionally, the eyeball resembles a precise camera. The retina, composed of photoreceptor cells, is akin to the film. The lens, iris, and cornea correspond to the lens, aperture, and filter, respectively. However, the eye's precision and automatic adjustment capabilities surpass those of any advanced camera. For example, camera lenses today are made of special glass or hard plastic with fixed focal lengths. To photograph objects at different distances, the lens position must be adjusted, which is a cumbersome method. Imagine if human eyes had to adjust similarly. Our eyes would have to bulge or retract when viewing objects at different distances, which would not only be aesthetically unappealing but also detrimental to eye health and function. However, the human eye's lens is a transparent, elastic, gel-like body that can automatically adjust its focal length based on the distance of objects, ensuring that all images are accurately focused on the retina without changing the lens's position. This automatic adjustment capability is something no camera can achieve. From the perspective of modern television technology, the eye resembles a television camera, but it is much more precise. Television images are composed of densely packed pixels, dots of varying brightness, and even the best television screens only have hundreds of thousands of pixels. In contrast, the human eye has about 20 billion pixels. This incredible resolution allows the human eye to perceive even the finest details. However, no matter how precise and clear, the image itself remains a flat representation. The visual images from each eye do not inherently provide a sense of depth. The key to complete vision lies in converting this flat image into a three-dimensional perception and creating a sense of space. Achieving this transformation, however, is not a simple task. For a long time, people were puzzled by this phenomenon, but it was later understood that the human body exhibits extraordinary wisdom and technique in this regard. The process involves simultaneously sending the flat images captured by both eyes to a central nervous system for comparative analysis. This analysis uses the slight difference in viewing angles between the two eyes, due to their different positions, to determine the distance of objects, creating a sense of depth and forming a three-dimensional image. This is why humans need two eyes to have complete vision. This understanding led to the creation of 3D movies. However, this description only covers the external process of vision formation, and much remains unknown about the internal workings of the visual center. We must acknowledge that the complexities of the human body's structure and functions are far beyond human wisdom. Using the parallax between the two eyes to judge distance is essentially a precise and automatic form of triangulation. To perform accurate measurement, two prerequisites are necessary. 1. Both eyes must simultaneously focus on the same target. Otherwise, double vision will occur, where one object is seen as two. To prevent this, the eyes are equipped with a highly developed neuromuscular system, making them the most agile and precise organs in terms of movement. The ciliary muscles within the eyes can adjust the lens's refractive index as needed to focus on the target, creating the sharpest image. 2. The retinas of both eyes must correspond precisely to each other. Otherwise, the images from the two eyes cannot be compared. Additionally, these corresponding images must be transmitted simultaneously to the same visual center for comparative analysis. The brain's visual centers are located on the left and right sides, each responsible for processing the respective halves of the visual field. Objects in the left side of the visual field are projected through the pupils onto the right sides of the retinas in both eyes. These corresponding images are then transmitted simultaneously via the optic nerves to the right visual center of the brain. Conversely, objects in the right side of the visual field are reflected onto the left sides of the retinas, and these corresponding images are also transmitted simultaneously via the optic nerves to the left visual center of the brain. The visual centers compare the corresponding images from both eyes simultaneously, thus creating a three-dimensional effect of the entire visual field. In the human body, the lateral organs on each side correspond to each other, such as the symmetry of the feet. However, the retinas correspond in a homolateral manner, left with left and right with right. This is because light is directed straight, and if the retinas did not correspond in this way, the visual centers would not receive matching images and thus could not produce coordinated vision. Moreover, the structural correspondence between the retinas of the two eyes must be extremely precise, with no margin for error. Otherwise, the corresponding images from the two eyes will not align properly, resulting in blurred vision. Furthermore, to ensure that the corresponding images from both eyes are transmitted to a single visual center, the optic nerves must have a special structure to achieve the crossing of images, known as the optic chiasm. This is unique to the optic nerves, as no other cranial or spinal nerves handle images and spatial information. If we were to simulate the human visual process using computers and cameras, the computer's input network would also require a similar type of crossing. No other design would suffice. In summary, it is evident that all the structures and functions of the human body's organs demonstrate an extraordinarily sophisticated pattern of intelligence, each with its necessary and well-reasoned design. Some people believe that there are organs in the human body that seem to be useless, such as the thymus, appendix, tonsils, and coccyx, suggesting that the body's structure may not be entirely rational. It was once thought that these organs had little purpose and were more likely to cause diseases like appendicitis and tonsillitis. Removing these organs appeared to have little impact on the body. In the past, even the spleen and other organs were included in this category. Historically, the list of so-called useless organs was once shockingly long, with more than 100 items. However, this lengthy list was not due to the organs being useless, but rather due to a lack of knowledge. As understanding of the human body has advanced, most of these organs have been removed from the list, leaving very few remaining. Some people believe that these organs are evolutionary remnants, referred to as vestigial organs, and use this as evidence for evolution. However, this is clearly a misunderstanding. It is now understood that there are no truly vestigial organs. Rather, the lack of understanding about these organs was the issue. For example, the thymus was once thought to have an unknown function, but it is now recognized as a crucial early warning system for combating internal and external infections. It is sensitive to infections and can activate the body's defense mechanisms to prevent more severe infections, making it essential for maintaining health. Similarly, if the coccyx were fractured, it would cause significant functional impairment, indicating that the coccyx does have a function and is not superfluous. As for causing diseases, any organ in the body can become diseased, including the heart and brain. And this does not mean that the heart and brain are harmful or useless. While some organs may not have as direct or significant an impact on the body as the heart and brain, their removal does not mean they lack function. Just as losing hands or feet does not immediately threaten life but undoubtedly results in a loss, so too is the removal of other organs a form of bodily impairment. After understanding the extraordinary intelligence reflected in the structure and function of the human body, people naturally ask where this high level of intelligence comes from. Who designed and created these complex, precise, and remarkably unique organs? This question is unavoidable. Any objective person would acknowledge that such intricately designed organ structures could not have emerged by chance, as they could not possibly be the result of random coincidence. If someone gave you a high-end automatic camera and claimed that it had no designer or manufacturer, but was a natural product, would you accept this claim as scientific? Yet, the organs of the human body are even more ingenious, precise, and adaptable than any man-made object. This leads one to recognize that there must be a creator with exceptional intelligence and ability behind the human body. One Sunday morning in the spring of 1954, when I arrived at the church, I saw a young man sitting alone there, whom I did not recognize. After talking to him, I learned that he was a student from Peking Union Medical College. He said, "Since studying human anatomy and physiology, I find the human body so marvelous that it is impossible to explain without a deity." He had come to the church seeking the correct answer. This young man's experience is not an isolated case. I remember that when we were studying anatomy and physiology at school, some classmates continually asked a physiology teacher questions, seeking answers. Eventually, the teacher, overwhelmed, said, "Don't ask any more questions. If you do, you will end up turning to religion." In the social context of that time, this warning had a significant deterrent effect, and the students fell silent. This incident left a deep impression on me, and I have not forgotten it to this day. My thought at that time was that recognizing the marvelous and creative work of the greatest creator in the created world is quite natural. The teacher's comment was indeed to the point. Although this teacher was not a Christian, he had to admit a fact: that if one continues to seriously explore the mysteries of the human body, a part of the mysteries of the universe, one would ultimately arrive at the conclusion of the existence of a deity, turning to religion. Otherwise, it simply cannot be explained. As the Bible says, "For since the creation of the world, the greatest creator's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse." Romans 1 verse 20. Was the teacher demonstrating true scientific spirit? No. The scientific spirit should be about seeking truth and confronting it boldly, without avoiding any contradictions. Although this teacher knew that further inquiry would lead to acknowledging the greatest creator, he was unwilling to continue on the path of truth and instead discouraged his students at a crucial moment. This incident illustrates that many people refuse to acknowledge the existence of the greatest creator not because of scientific reasons, but due to various other considerations, such as social pressures, personal interests, and concerns about future implications, as was evident in the teacher's behavior. However, the existence of the greatest creator is not altered by such considerations, and one cannot live forever under such practical considerations. Eventually, everyone will have to face the final choice and confront the supreme ruler who created the universe and humanity. The Bible says, "It is appointed unto men once to die, but after this the judgment." Hebrews 9 verse 27. If people do not accept this eternal, the greatest creator now, it will be inescapable in the end. When we discuss the origin of the universe and all things, some young people often ask, "You say that humans are created by the greatest creator, but who created the greatest creator?" Such questions, seemingly reasonable at first glance, are actually flawed. This is because the greatest creator is the creator, not a created being. You cannot equate the creator with the created. A table is made by a carpenter, but you cannot then claim that the carpenter and the table must have the same origin. Our understanding of the greatest creator can only be based on the revelation that the greatest creator gives to humanity. Otherwise, humans would be unable to comprehend the mysteries of the greatest creator's nature. God says he is the self-existent, eternal, and ever-present God. Exodus 3 verse 14. Revelation 1 verse 8. For the greatest creator, there is only eternity, with no concept of time or beginning and end. Even in the field of science, excessive analogical questioning is not allowed. A scholar was discussing belief in the greatest creator with some students. One student arrogantly asked, "Where does the universe come from?" The scholar replied, "The universe was created by the greatest creator." The student then asked, "Who created the greatest creator?" The scholar answered, "The greatest creator is self-existent and eternal. He is not a created being." The student responded, "That seems rather unscientific." The scholar countered, "Where did the earth come from?" The student answered, "From the sun." The scholar then asked, "Where did the sun come from?" The student replied, "From a nebula." The scholar asked again, "Where did the nebula come from?" The student hesitated and reluctantly said, "The nebula came from nature." The scholar pressed on, "Where did nature come from?" The student could not continue and angrily responded, "Nature is just nature. It exists by itself." The scholar laughed and said, "Isn't that also rather unscientific?" It can be seen that even the so-called scientific answers are not very insightful. For instance, science tells us that matter is composed of molecules. So, what are molecules made of? Molecules are made up of atoms. And what are atoms made of? Atoms are made up of electrons, protons, and neutrons. But what are these particles made of? Currently, it is difficult to provide a definitive answer. Atomic physicists are working to explore so-called elementary particles. The term elementary implies that scientists do not expect matter to be infinitely divisible and believe that one day we will find the ultimate component, the elementary particle. Of course, scientists do not intend to answer what these elementary particles themselves are made of. This represents the limit, and everything stops there. Materialists claim that the universe is infinite, matter is eternal, and it is infinitely divisible, etc. But these are merely arbitrary philosophical assertions with no scientific basis. Moreover, materialist logic also has an ultimate, which is matter itself. They say matter is self-existent and eternal, but they cannot answer where matter came from. From a mathematical perspective, all numbers originate from 1, because 1 leads to 2, 2 leads to 3, and so on, extending to infinity. You cannot ask where 1 comes from, because 1 is just 1 and does not come from other numbers. In other words, 1 is the origin of all numbers. Similarly, if the greatest creator created everything, then the greatest creator is the origin of all existence. Asking where this origin comes from is evidently meaningless. 上帝在意志体现自然规律肯法则中. The will of the greatest creator is reflected in the laws and rules of nature. Xiefeng, May 192015. translated by Transin and edited by Care. Tao is the integration of all the rules and laws of the universe and is the consciousness of the greatest creator. Therefore, the will of the greatest creator is reflected in the laws and rules of nature. If our thoughts, words, and deeds comply with the laws and rules of nature, then we will be rewarded by the greatest creator. But if they are against them, then we will be punished. Ultimate Tao cannot be reached by active pursuit. There is no way to get rewards from the greatest creator by wishing for them. No matter who you are, how pious you are, nor how much you emotionally love the greatest creator. When you go against the laws and rules of nature, you will be punished. For instance, regardless how many joss sticks we burn or how many times we kowtow in a temple, if we drink poison, we will surely die. This is the only way that things work. Merits and mistakes do not offset each other. A merit is a merit and mistake is a mistake. We will be rewarded for our merits and punished for our mistakes. No matter what great merits we have, as long as we make mistakes, even slight ones, we will be punished for them. That is to say, even if we perform 10,000 good deeds, we will still be punished for doing one bad thing. The greatest creator will not ignore a single bad thing no matter how many good things we do. So, we all suffer from illness and mishaps, be it the Pope, the hierarch, the master, the emperor, the devout disciple, or the lay person. Even a messenger of the greatest creator would not be given special grace by which to escape from the due punishment. Just do not assume that you will be saved from the consequences of your mistakes by following the greatest creator and taking his way. Therefore, the most difficult thing is to ascend to a higher space of life by self-refinery and self-improvement because it is rigorous, meticulous, precise, and non-emotional. For instance, if the standard for a mortal to ascend to immortality is 100 points, then 99 points would never be enough. It is just like the 81 hardships experienced by Monk Tang. Not one single hardship could be missed in order for him to succeed. Therefore, we must remember that when we encounter sorrows, setbacks, and failures, they are hardships that we must traverse. This is karma. The sin we sow can only be dispelled by reaping a painful consequence. There is no alternative. Of course, we should never doubt the justice and mercy of the greatest creator. Absolutely beautiful things can only be enjoyed by the absolute life. Absolutely beautiful things are boundless and endless, and when we want to enjoy these unending and boundlessly beautiful things, we should focus on examining our lives and ask ourselves, is mine an absolutely beautiful life? If not, we should focus our self-refinery and self-improvement on improving our quality of life, rather than on absolutely beautiful things. When our quality of life reaches the absolutely beautiful realm, then absolutely beautiful things will come to us. Let us bear all the miseries, frustration, and suffering with delight and march firmly toward the perfection and beautification of life. Merits and mistakes cannot be offset. The will of the greatest creator is reflected by the laws and rules of nature. Let us strictly follow these rules and laws of nature and trek and climb, step by step, to the highest realm of life. 上帝在哪里？如何敬畏上帝? Where is and how do we revere the greatest creator? Xiefeng, August 12011. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The greatest creator is the most mysterious, most holy, most incredible, and most supreme supernatural entity in existence. But where is the greatest creator? The universe is big beyond our imagination. Our Earth universe alone contains 3,000 great worlds, each of which contains 3,000 medium worlds. Each of those contain 3,000 small worlds, and this Earth universe is just a speck of dust in a much greater universe. This universe has 20 parallel worlds within 36-dimensional space. Where does the greatest creator reside in such a vast universe? The matter of the greatest creator is in the zero world of the 36-dimensional space. And the zero world is the node, the 0 point that consists of the 20 parallel worlds, namely the 0 point of the geometric XYZ number axis. This 0 point connects with the 20 parallel worlds and is the command center of the universe as our brains and central nervous systems are to our bodies. Everything in the universe is a manifestation of the consciousness of the greatest creator, which is Tao. It is like everything created on the earth is a manifestation of human consciousness except for the natural material. The constitutional law is the embodiment of the collective consciousness of all people. It can be said that human consciousness is the constitutional law. Tao is the spirit of the greatest creator, and all things run in Tao and are ultimately dominated by it. Therefore, all things are of the spirit of the greatest creator. That is, all things have spirit. Thus, we conclude that the matter of the greatest creator is in the zero world, but the spirit of the greatest creator is in all things. Just as Chinese President Hu Jintao's body is in Zhongnanhai in Beijing, but his reach extends throughout China. Since the matter of the greatest creator is in the zero world, then we can never see the true face of the greatest creator, because we can never reach the zero world. Since we can never see the true face of the greatest creator, then how can we feel the presence of and know the will of the greatest creator? We can know and understand it by the things we hear, see, taste, smell, touch, feel, and experience around us. Since the spirit of the greatest creator is in all things throughout the universe, then all things contain the will of the greatest creator. We can know and experience the greatest creator and learn the will of the greatest creator through all things in the universe. This means that all things are the discourse of the greatest creator, and all the changes we sense are the monologue of the greatest creator within us. From things changing, we can know what the greatest creator wants us to do and how we must do it. For instance, a healthy person with a headache is not a normal situation. They are either overstressed by thinking, have high blood pressure or fever, or something similar. The headache would clearly indicate a need to change their daily diet and lifestyle, or a normal physiological order would not be maintained. Another example is that when phenomena such as droughts, floods, plagues, earthquakes, and extreme temperatures become frequent occurrences, something is clearly wrong with our production and lifestyle. The greatest creator clearly informs us that we need to change our lifestyle or face even greater disasters and catastrophes. It is as if a country or region experiences frequent riots and hunger. That would indicate a problem with the management of the area and that the management mode needs to be changed, or it will lead to vicious cycles until the regime is overthrown. It is the same with a family. Frequent quarrels would show that something is wrong with the survival order of the family, and it is time to dissolve it. Were this phenomenon to occur in most families around the globe, something would be wrong with the survival mode and lifestyle of the family system, and it would need to be broken up, or people's pains and troubles would never end and would lead to self-destruction. The greatest creator is everywhere. I see the greatest creator everywhere and all the time, from the changing weather, the blooming flowers, the mature fruits, the moving of bees' nests, the bellies of pregnant women, the wedding nights, the gurgling water, and the texture of shells from my own eyes, witnessing the transformations through time. As long as we open our spiritual perception, we can see the greatest creator everywhere and at any time. This leads to an appalling question: how can we revere the greatest creator? Reverence of the greatest creator is not a concept that can be taken as a pet phrase. We need to revere the greatest creator in our daily words and deeds in a concrete manner. Revering all things is to revere the greatest creator. When I am faced with a stem of grass, an insect, a thing, or a person, I can see the greatest creator looking right back at me through it, or him or her. If I react correctly, I will go to heaven, but if I react incorrectly, I will go to hell. From this, I find a law. If a person shows their sincere, kind, beautiful, loving, faithful, and honest consciousness to all things, they will develop to betterment and go to heaven. If not, they will have ugliness and go to hell. Readers can decide whether my conclusion above is true or not, but I do not believe that you will come up with any other conclusion. 走上帝之道者都有一个美好未来. All those who follow the way of the greatest creator will have a wonderful future. Xiefeng, February 12, 2011. Translation edited by Qin Yu. As a messenger of the greatest creator, I can assure you that all those who follow the way of the greatest creator will have a wonderful future and will enjoy the infinite pleasures of life in the kingdom of the greatest creator. This kingdom includes the enduring Life-Echanuan era, the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, the Elysium world, and its celestial island continent. This is an unchangeable law. The combination of sperm and eggs gives rise to the carrier of life. The combination of seeds with suitable soil will make the seeds germinate, grow, flower, and bear fruits. The south and north poles of a magnet attract each other. The simultaneous intake of vitamin C and shrimp can cause arsenic to form in the body, leading to fatal bleeding. Distance covered is the product of velocity and time. An object can escape the Earth's gravitational pull if it reaches a speed of 11.2 kilometers per second, and it can leave the solar system if it reaches a speed of 16.7 kilometers per second. Still water without the infusion of running water will stink from putrefaction and eventually dry up. The reaction between copper oxide and dilute sulfuric acid will result in copper sulfate and water. In Euclidean geometry, the angles of a triangle add up to 180 degrees. On Earth, one will return to the starting point if they keep going forward by following a certain longitude or latitude. Water will turn into ice at 0 degrees Celsius. These and many other laws all are inevitable. We will reach any place that our footsteps guide us to. If we break laws, we may end up in prison. In autumn, we will harvest what we have sowed in the fertile soil in spring. According to the principle of gravity and attraction, kind actions and kind thoughts will beget good results, while evil actions and evil thoughts will incur evil consequences. If you chase the sun, you can escape from darkness. If you chase darkness, you can hardly see light. He who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and he who stays near ink gets stained black. Persisting in evil brings about self-destruction. One will get intoxicated if he drinks too much, and will have a bulging stomach if he eats too much. People near mountains can distinguish between bird calls. People near waters know about the habits of fish. Worship Buddha, and you will acquire the Buddhahood. Seek the way of celestial being, and you will attain the spiritual state of a celestial being. The buildup of quantitative changes will result in qualitative changes once the critical point is surpassed. Everything that lives must die, and everything that dies must live. Each flower is a Bodhi, and each grain of sand reflects a world. The universe is holographic. The two poles are interconnected, and the extremes of things must be opposed. Gazing for long impairs blood, lying for long impairs qi, sitting for long impairs muscles, standing for long impairs bone, and walking for long impairs tendons. A benevolent person speaks kindly, sees kindness, and acts kindly. If a person performs 3 deeds of kindness every day, he will be granted blessings by heaven in 3 years. A ferocious and evil person speaks wickedly, sees wickedness, and acts wickedly. If a person performs 3 deeds of unkindness every day, he will be dealt disaster by heaven in 3 years. All these and many others all are inevitable. Those who walk the way of the greatest Creator are destined for a beautiful future, as it is an immutable law and principle. The greatest Creator is the supreme being in the universe, the ultimate authority. Those who abide by the will of the greatest Creator and live and act according to His wishes will inevitably receive His blessings and grace. If a son asks for bread, the Father will not give him a stone. If we obey the greatest Creator, He will surely reward us with special blessings. The greatest Creator is eternal, and if we walk in His way, we too will become eternal. The greatest Creator is the fountain of wisdom and the origin of life. If we walk the way of the greatest Creator, we can gain wisdom and new life. The greatest Creator is love and truth, and if we walk His way, we can attain love and truth. In the universe, there are 36 dimensional spaces, 20 parallel worlds, heaven and hell. If we obey the greatest Creator and follow His way, He will surely place us in the most beautiful world in space. The greatest Creator will never give good things to rebels and bad things to obedient ones. If so, where can we find justice and laws in the world? As a result, there would be no necessary connection between cause and effect, and everything would be in chaos. In fact, everything is orderly. Therefore, if we revere, obey, believe in, and follow the way of the greatest Creator, we will surely have a beautiful future. The words of the Tathagatas are truthful and correspond to reality. They are ultimate words, neither deceitful nor heterodox. Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and the celestial being Lao Tzu are all Tathagatas. They will not deceive us, and they have no need to deceive us. Their teachings and instructions, in a nutshell, tell us to follow the way of the greatest creator. If we follow the way of the greatest creator, we can enter the kingdom of the greatest creator, the Elysium world, and we can become celestial beings. According to Life-Genuine values, the future of those who follow the way of the greatest creator lies in the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, the Elysium world, and its celestial islands continent. Everything is inevitable. What you believe in, you can achieve. The way you take will yield corresponding results. The brightest, easiest, most direct, and most beneficial way in the world is the way of the greatest creator. The most nutritious drink in the world is mother's milk, and the best way to secure the most beautiful future is the way of the greatest creator. 走上帝之道者的人生顺利美好。Those who walk the way of the greatest creator will have a smooth and wonderful life. Xiefeng, February 13th, 2011. Translation edited by Qin Yu. There is a kind of life that is worry-free, full of love, healthy, and smooth sailing. There is a kind of life that is constantly troubled, full of pain, lacking love, and full of obstacles. There is a kind of life that is sometimes bright, sometimes dark, fluctuating, half happy and half worried, and often encountering ups and downs. Why is this? Is it a destiny set by heaven? Is it a problem of the times? Is it a social problem? Is it a problem with friends and relatives? Is it a problem with nature? Or is there another reason? My understanding is that the quality of life depends on the path we choose to walk. Even when it comes to acquiring life resources, some people rely entirely on their own hard work to acquire them. Some acquire them through parasitic means without labor. Some acquire them through extortion and exploitation. Some acquire them through corruption and theft. And some acquire them through deception and fame-stealing. Different ways of acquiring lead to different life experiences, different realms of feeling and experience, different outcomes, and therefore different lives. There are countless paths in life, but which one is the best? My view is that the best path in life is the way of the greatest creator. To make life smooth and beautiful, walk the way of the greatest creator. Or to put it another way, walking the way of the greatest creator is the most reliable guarantee for a smooth and beautiful life, and no other way can bring as much happiness. Is this really the case? We can observe, experience, practice, and verify. My conclusion is that if a person's life is smooth, beautiful, and trouble-free, it can be affirmed that he has always been walking the way of the greatest creator. If his life is half happy and half worried, with great ups and downs, it proves that he sometimes walks the way of the greatest creator and sometimes walks other ways. If a person's life is constantly troubled and full of obstacles, it can be affirmed that he has always been deviating from the way of the greatest creator and has never walked on it. Is there any theory to prove my above conclusion? I try to prove it with several connotations of the way of the greatest creator. You can see if it makes sense. One important connotation of the way of the greatest creator is to comply with nature, absolutely no coercion. If a person takes things as they are, follows predestined relations, acts in accordance with nature, and takes advantage of opportunities as they arise, does not force, does not coerce himself or others, lets what comes come, and lets what goes go, does not over-pursue, does not give up effort, eats peaches when he encounters peaches, eats apricots when he encounters apricots, does not have high ambitions, does not feel inferior, is not arrogant and indulgent, and is not habitually lazy, then his life will basically be smooth sailing, without great ups and downs, and without disappointment and heartbreak. Another connotation of the way of the greatest creator is non-action, non-contention, selflessness. A person who can stay in a 5-star hotel without arrogance and can live in a thatched house with peace of mind without self-destruction, who is grateful for eating gourmet food and is not tired of eating plain food, who does not contend or compete with others, does not reject what should come, does not cling to what should go, does not deliberately seek, plan, or take, likes what others do not like, enjoys what others do not enjoy, is not greedy, only takes a sip from thousands of rivers, does not excessively possess or own, does not excessively seek fame and fortune, is content with poverty and enjoys the Tao, often puts the interests of others and the public first and puts his own interests second, then he will not encounter obstacles and adversity. The third connotation of the way of the greatest creator is love. A person who only gives and does not ask for, only thinks about bringing happiness, joy, freedom, and bliss to others, does not set barriers and shackles for others, does not suppress and control others, does not snatch what others like, does not restrict others' freedom, does not bully, oppress, deceive others, does not argue with others, does not abuse and slaughter life, cherishes all life, respects all life, does not block others' way, and is willing to sacrifice himself to help others accomplish their goals, then he will not make enemies, will not be hated, and life will certainly be smooth and unimpeded. The fourth connotation of the way of the greatest creator is faith. Jesus Christ is the Son of the greatest creator, the messenger of the greatest creator. He conveys to us the information and will of the greatest creator. Jesus teaches us to seek the kingdom of the greatest creator, walk the way of the greatest creator, and all we need will be provided by the greatest creator. We do not need to worry about tomorrow, about the future, about our own food, clothing, housing, transportation, birth, aging, illness, and death. All these are arranged by the greatest creator. As long as we have this faith, the road of life will be smooth, safe, and unimpeded. The way of the greatest creator has 8 major connotations. Just the above 4 major connotations, faith, love, selflessness, non-contention, non-action, compliance with nature, and absolutely no coercion, are enough to ensure that our life is smooth and beautiful. If our life lacks faith and love, if we intervene, contend, and are selfish, if we do not comply with nature but force things, then life is bound to be troubled, painful, full of worries and fears, and full of obstacles. What do you readers think? Does what I say make sense? If it makes sense, adjust your thinking and consciousness immediately and firmly walk the way of the greatest creator. 上帝王国介绍 An introduction to the kingdom of the greatest creator. Dayform Buddha. December 14th, 2022. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. Christ Jesus told us, "So do not worry, saying, 'What shall we eat?' Or 'What shall we drink?' Or 'What shall we wear?' For the pagans run after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them. But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well." Matthew 6 verses 31 to 33. More than 2,000 years ago, Jesus Christ told the world, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand." Matthew 4 verse 17. Today, Dayform Buddha has told the world, the kingdom of the greatest creator has appeared on the earth. You should leave everything behind. Find the kingdom of the greatest creator and become a citizen of the kingdom of the greatest creator first. Where is the kingdom of the greatest creator? The kingdom of the greatest creator is in the land of freedom, where everyone enjoys the 8 rights of freedom: the rights of survival, creation, migration, speech, the individual, thought, learning, and refusal. The place where the greatest creator's will is unimpeded is the kingdom of the greatest creator. The supreme authority of the kingdom of the greatest creator is the greatest creator. The highest constitution is the way of the greatest creator, the Tao. And the highest law is the 800 values for human beings. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there are no churches, Buddhist temples, or Taoist temples. The sun, moon, and stars are the churches. The mountains and rivers are the Buddhist temples, and wind, clouds, rain, and snow are the Taoist temples. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there are no countries, religions, or political parties. The earth is a home for all people. Nature is the religion, and free associations and gatherings are the political parties. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there is no marriage, family, or relatives. To be kind to each other and love each other freely is marriage. People who are kind to and love each other are family. All the citizens in the kingdom of the greatest creator are relatives. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there is no one who gets something for nothing, no officials, and every citizen is a creator of wealth, either material wealth, spiritual wealth, or soul wealth, or some combination of all 3. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, all power belongs to the greatest creator. Everyone only enjoys the pleasures of life and cannot enjoy the welfare brought by power. and no one has the right to dominate others. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, all resources belong to the greatest creator and not to any individual. Every citizen has nothing but can enjoy everything. The kingdom of the greatest creator has been born on earth, and the old system is running out of time. Those who pursue spirituality should be vigilant and seize the time to seek the kingdom of the greatest creator. Everything you have on earth will disappear, and the pursuit of possessions is the pursuit of dreams and bubbles. The words of more than 2,000 years ago will become reality. Enter the kingdom of the greatest creator, and you will survive. Stay outside the kingdom of the greatest creator, and you will vanish. Seek the greatest creator's kingdom now. If you seek it, you will find it. Keep knocking on the door of the kingdom of the greatest creator. As long as you keep knocking, the door will open for you. 人类不是上帝亲自所造. Humans are not created by the greatest creator himself. Xiefeng, June 13th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. The greatest creator has 8 major features, one of which is uniqueness. This means that the greatest creator is unique, and there is only one greatest creator in the universe. Another feature of the greatest creator is amorphousness. The greatest creator does not have a fixed form. He can take on any image or even be formless. Why do we say that humans were not created by the greatest creator himself? There are 2 pieces of evidence. One is factual, and the other is logical reasoning. The fact is the book of Genesis in the Bible. Genesis 1 verse 26 states, "Then God said, 'Let us make man in our image, according to our likeness.'" This passage clearly tells us that humans are created in the image and likeness of us. So, who are we? We definitely cannot be the greatest creator because there is only one greatest creator, and it is impossible to have many. We are not a singular entity, but rather a plural one. When the greatest creator says, "we," it represents and includes himself. This indicates that the greatest creator is not unique, but rather numerous, which contradicts the fact. The fact described in the Bible tells us that humans are not created by the greatest creator, but by us. If we claim that the greatest creator participated in creating humans, then without a doubt, the greatest creator mentioned in the Bible is not that unique greatest creator. In other words, humans have mistakenly equated the greatest creator with gods. In the Bible, it is referred to as God, and the Chinese translation of God is deity, rather than the greatest creator. In English, the letter G in God is written in uppercase G to differentiate between gods and the greatest creator. The lowercase God refers to gods, while the uppercase God refers to the greatest creator. This is a human-made distinction and difference that cannot be discerned in the pronunciation. If we firmly believe that what is described in the Bible is a fact, then we have to acknowledge that humans are created by gods, not by that unique God, while this unique God is the greatest creator. Therefore, we have to reconsider and rename that unique God. Instead of calling him God or the God, we should call him the greatest creator. In Chinese, we can still refer to him as Sangdi, Shangdi, but this Shangdi is not the God described in the Bible. The conclusion is that the Bible tells us that humans are created by gods, not directly by the greatest creator. Humans have mistaken gods for the greatest creator. Why is it like this? Let's engage in logical reasoning. Where does the meaning of life lie? If everything is created by the greatest creator, and all living beings are born to enjoy, then does the universe still have meaning? All lives await the greatest creator to provide them with food, clothing, shelter, and to take responsibility for their birth, aging, illness, and death. In that case, does the existence of life itself still hold any joy? The greatest creator is responsible for all affairs while all lives are only responsible for enjoyment. Does the greatest creator experience joy? Imagine if you were born with everything provided by your father, and your entire life was spent being fed, bathed, clothed, carried on his back during travel, and having your father take care of everything and fulfill your wife's needs. Do you think there would be any joy or meaning in your life? Let's speculate and imagine the process of the greatest creator's creation of life after his birth. The greatest creator created gods and angels, deriving pleasure from creation. In order for gods and angels to also derive pleasure from creation, They were entrusted with the task of creating other forms of life. Thus, gods created humans in their own image and likeness, and angels created other forms of life such as animals, plants, microorganisms, etc. To enable humans to also derive pleasure from creation, resources for creation were provided, allowing humans to utilize these resources to create everything they need for their own lives. As a result, people spend their entire lives busily creating, building houses, cars, wealth, inventing machines, tools, food, and so on. In this way, the entire universe becomes filled with vitality, joy, and meaning. Now, let's consider whether the speculation and imagination I presented earlier align with the laws and facts of the universe. Actually, this is not mere speculation and imagination. It is the process of the birth of the universe and life itself. This process tells us that all gods were created by the greatest creator, all humans were created by the gods, and all other species were created by angels or celestial beings. Houses, cars, machines, tools, and everyday objects are all creations of humans. Based on the facts and logical reasoning described in the Bible, we can conclude that humans were not created directly by the greatest creator. What value does this information hold? It means that humans should no longer attribute all the negative or even evil things in the world to the greatest creator's creation. The cruel laws of the animal kingdom are not the creations of the greatest creator. Creation is the source of all happiness. If you want to experience joy and find meaning and value in life, then go forth and create. 上帝是第一生产力. The greatest creator is the primary productive force. Xiefeng, April 26, 2012. Translated by Qinyu, edited by Peter. There is a misunderstanding in human thinking that to achieve the most ideal society, such as communism, firstly the productive forces must be highly developed, and then the products must be greatly enriched. Therefore, it is believed that only by accelerating economic construction and vigorously developing productive forces can communism be realized. As for the standard of highly developed productivity, some people define it as the production of material by machines or some higher-level technical means completely replacing people is a sign of the level of productivity in a communist society. In order to achieve this level of productivity, someone has proposed science and technology are the primary productive forces. These understandings are of course wrong. The realization of the most ideal society of mankind, such as communism, may have something to do with the development or underdevelopment of productive forces, but it doesn't matter much. It may have something to do with whether the product is extremely valuable, but it doesn't matter much either. Facts speak louder than words. In the complete realization and continuous development of a communist society, the second home of Life Genuine doesn't at all lie in the level of productivity and development in the traditional sense, but it fundamentally depends on the state of mind of each member, and this state of mind depends on whether one is walking on the way of the greatest creator, and whether one recognizes that the greatest creator is the primary productive force. In the second home, there are only simple hand tools, and the average cultural level of the people is at the junior high school level. The products, far from being abundantly diverse, are rather plain. Apart from basic vegetables, eggs, flour, rice, and cooking oil, and some daily necessities available in the market, there are no other items. However, everyone lives together happily, joyfully, freely, and blessedly, and their behavior is highly civilized and courteous. Why is that? This is because we realize that the greatest creator is the primary productive force and the source of happiness. As long as we follow the way of the greatest creator and hold his hand tightly, we will have everything, and our happiness will be boundless. Just think about it. What makes the fruit tree bear fruit? What makes vegetables and wheat grow and bear fruit? What makes the rain spread all over the earth to nourish all things? What makes a hen lay an egg and hatch a chick? What power makes a fertilized egg grow into a healthy chicken? What makes sheep grow wool for our utilization? What makes cows produce milk for drinking to our heart's content? What makes the spring water sparkling, the clear river flowing, to irrigate the fertile land? All this is from the greatest creator. The greatest creator is the primary productive force. No matter how we irrigate fertile fields, by digging wells, diverting ditches, drawing river water, or carrying water with buckets, it will never be as good as the rain falling from the sky. A drizzle waters the mountains and the earth and moisturizes the growth of all things. How easy it is, how satisfied we are. Haven't you realized that the greatest creator is the primary productive force? On the macro level, we must rely on the greatest creator. As long as we seek the kingdom of the greatest creator and walk on the way of the greatest creator, then we don't have to worry about life being insecure, not being able to live a good life, or not having a good future. Let us trust the greatest creator. Let us praise and eulogize the greatest creator with all our hearts, minds, and strength. Let us melt into the way of the greatest creator. Let us be with the greatest creator. A better life and a better future will then belong to us. 上天讲成的标准和方式 Standards and methods of heaven's rewards and punishments. Xiefeng, January 28, 2022. Translation edited by Qinyu. Standards for rewards and punishments. Life that creates is rewarded. Life that destroys is punished. Life that protects other lives is rewarded. Life that harms other lives is punished. Life that brings joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss to others is rewarded. Life that brings trouble, pain, sorrow, and fear to others is punished. Life that lives in joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss is rewarded. Life that lives in trouble, pain, sorrow, and fear is punished. Life that is grateful and content is rewarded. Life that is hateful and greedy is punished. Life that contributes much but enjoys little is rewarded. Life that contributes little but enjoys much is punished. Life that cherishes nature is rewarded. Life that destroys nature is punished. Life that guides others to heaven is rewarded. Life that misleads others to hell is punished. Methods of rewards and punishments. Reward, good health. Punishment, frequent illness. Reward, lifelong peace. Punishment, multiple disasters and difficulties. Reward, living in joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss. Punishment, living in trouble, pain, sorrow, and fear. Reward, regular encounters with helpful mentors. Punishment, regular encounters with harmful influences. Reward, no worries about food and clothing. Punishment, constant poverty and illness. Reward, ascending to higher realms. Punishment, descending to lower realms. Reward, living in a harmonious and naturally beautiful environment. Punishment, living in a harsh and morally degraded environment. Reward, earning respect and honor. Punishment, facing discrimination and contempt. 上天讲成的机制和时机 The mechanism and timing of heaven's rewards and punishments. Xiefeng, January 29, 2022. Translation edited by Qinyu. Mechanism. The universe, governed by Tao, is holographic. The heavenly net is vast yet meticulous. It follows a set procedure, disregarding emotions and reasoning. It emphasizes justice, not favoring kindness. All are treated equally, regardless of their status. Respect is given to those who respect, and mockery to those who ridicule. The rich are allowed to become richer, and the poor poorer. It strikes when least expected, catching the unprepared off guard. Note: here, rich primarily refers to spiritual and mental wealth, while poor refers to spiritual and mental poverty. Those who are content, debt-free, and able to contribute to others and society are considered rich. Those who are discontented, indebted, and constantly take from others and society are considered poor. Timing of rewards and punishments. For minor offenses, rewards or punishments are immediate. For major offenses, rewards or punishments are given once a threshold is crossed. In specific cases, rewards or punishments are given promptly. In general cases, all factors must be in place before rewards or punishments are administered. Issues related to emotions are addressed through reincarnation. Issues related to love are addressed through ascension or descent. Matters involving debts are addressed through debt collection or repayment. Matters involving life are addressed based on the principle of equivalence. Note: specific cases refers to events with a limited scope, such as a fight between two individuals, while general cases refer to events with broader implications, such as World War II. For an individual, The outcome of rewards or punishments may be evident within a few years or decades, while for society as a whole, it may take several decades or even centuries. The rewards or punishments for all of humanity may take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to manifest. Recommendation: to fully understand the content of this passage, please refer to Standards and Methods of Heaven's Rewards and Punishments. 上天奖惩的途径 Pathways of Heaven's Rewards and Punishments. Xiefeng. January 30th, 2022. Translation edited by Qinyu. Rewards and punishments are administered through interactions with those closest to us. If our parents, children, spouse, or partners bring us joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss, it is a reward from the greatest Creator. Conversely, if they bring troubles, pain, worries, and despair, it is a punishment from the greatest Creator. Rewards and punishments are also delivered through interactions with those we frequently associate with. If our relatives, friends, colleagues, schoolmates, neighbors, superiors, subordinates, lovers, and online acquaintances bring us joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss, it is a reward from the greatest Creator. Conversely, it is a punishment if they bring the opposite. Food can also be a means of reward or punishment. If we have abundant, nutritious food that nourishes our body and maintains our health, it is a reward from the greatest Creator. Conversely, scarcity, poor quality, and contaminated food that leads to illness are punishments from the greatest Creator. The environment plays a role in rewards or punishments. Living in a peaceful, harmonious, warm, beautiful, and prosperous environment is a reward from the greatest Creator. Conversely, living in an environment of fighting, smashing, robbing, killing, competing for advantages, deceiving, kidnapping, cheating, and stealing is a punishment from the greatest Creator. Social mechanisms determine rewards or punishments. Living in a democratic, dignified, rights-respecting society where one can live and work in peace and contentment is a reward from the greatest Creator. Conversely, living in an autocratic, oppressive, deceitful, undignified, insecure society that constantly keeps people on tenterhooks and instills fear is a punishment from the greatest Creator. Natural disasters can serve as rewards or punishments. Favorable weather conditions are a reward, while incessant natural disasters are a punishment. Special events can result in rewards or punishments. Meeting helpful individuals who guide us on our path and experiencing smooth and safe journeys are rewards from the greatest Creator. Conversely, encountering malicious individuals who lead us astray and facing difficulties and obstacles are punishments. Life's ascent or descent can signify rewards or punishments. Going to heaven after death is a reward, while being reborn in the animal world or descending into hell is a punishment. 让我们的灵魂依偎在上帝的怀抱里. Let our souls nestle in the greatest Creator's embrace. Xiefeng. February 13th, 2022. Translation edited by Qinyu. Recently, I watched a video about a newborn baby whose mother passed away shortly after his birth. The mother's heart was transplanted into a man. Despite being comforted by many people, the baby continued to cry. However, when the man who received the heart transplant from the baby's mother held him, the baby stopped crying and smiled. Looking at the baby's expression, it felt like he had found the most comfortable, warm, and secure haven. We are all like infants, regardless of where we go or what situations we face. We all need the safest, warmest, and most comfortable haven, and that haven is in the greatest Creator's embrace. No matter who we are, how old we are, whether we are rich or poor, whether we have achieved something or not, there will always be times when we feel disappointed and disheartened. There will be times when we are physically weak due to illness, times when we feel hopeless or even desperate, and of course, times when we are filled with worry and fear. What do we rely on to get through these difficult times? We will find that nothing is reliable, neither the government, nor family and friends, nor wealth, nor status, nor fame. The only reliable thing is the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest Creator. When we entrust our lives to the greatest Creator, let our souls nestle in the greatest Creator's embrace, we can truly feel safe and at ease, feel happy and free, feel warm and peaceful. This is a reflection of my personal experience. Everyone will experience feelings of helplessness, desolation, illness, and fear of death. At such times, the most comforting energy comes from the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. When our souls nestle in the greatest creator's embrace, all negative and detrimental thoughts and emotions disappear, and we can face all difficulties, misfortunes, and even death with equanimity. Perhaps many people have not experienced this feeling because they have not yet recognized the greatest creator or understood the greatest creator. When you truly understand the principles of life and space-time, understand the mysteries of life's reincarnation and transformation, you will find that all the good things in life, such as happiness, health, joy, freedom, wealth, and bliss, all come from the greatest creator because the greatest creator is the source of everything. Today, I read a view on WeChat that said, "The soul is difficult to live with a reliance. The ultimate enlightenment is to have no reliance. This is the inevitable path for every soul to ascend." From different positions and perspectives, we can draw different conclusions. From my position and perspective, the soul can be independent of any person or thing, but it must rely on the greatest creator. The soul must have something to rely on, and that object of reliance is the greatest creator. I cannot imagine what a soul without reliance would be like. If there were no universe, no heaven, which is the non-material world, and nothing existed, the soul could be without reliance. But would such a soul be like a water source without a source, a tree without roots? Could this soul continue to exist? How could it exist? Of course, there are mountains beyond mountains, and there are heavens beyond the sky. Perhaps there are souls without reliance that can truly exist, but for a soul like mine, I dare not cross the line. I can do whatever I want, but I dare not overstep the rules. Therefore, my soul will always nestle in the greatest creator's embrace, which is where I came from and where I am going. The 8 logical inferences that prove the existence of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Cong Long and Ailian. Everything has a source, and the source is the greatest creator. 万物有源，源头为上帝. The Amazon River that runs across South America, the mighty Nile River, the surging Yangtze River, and the roaring Mississippi River all have their headstreams. The Benguela Cold Current, Peru Cold Current, Mozambique Warm Current, and Guyana Warm Current all have their sources. The Rio de Janeiro London Airline, Los Angeles Paris Airline, Honolulu Manila Airline, and Paris Colombo Airline all have their starting points. All the tools we commonly use, from pencils, needles, shovels, spoons, and pliers to cars, computers, printers, cameras, and machine tools, as well as all the objects we use, from musical instruments, chess, painting and calligraphy, books, watches and clocks, to tables, chairs and wooden stool, shoes, socks, hats, teacups, thermoses, desk lamps, phones, refrigerators, and televisions. Everything created by humanity has its origin and did not appear out of nowhere. The cats, dogs, sheep, and pigs we keep in our homes all have a source, and even the plants we cultivate in our gardens, such as peonies, peaches, pears, and apricots, did not appear out of thin air. Their original origins can be traced. Music, writing, art, medicine, theories, methods, magic arts and axioms, and theorems all have sources. White Europeans, black Africans, yellow Asians, Arabians, and Brazilians are all descendants of their ancestors. The towering Himalayas, the fertile and vast Nile Delta, the extensive Amazon alluvial plain, and the Antarctic glaciers are all formed by the vicissitudes of history. All things have their origins, and the Earth, the solar system, and the universe are no exception. They too have their beginnings. Since everything has an origin, there must be a primordial origin, and this primordial origin is the greatest creator. Everything is in motion, and the primordial motive power comes from the greatest creator. ทุก万物在动，出动力来自上帝. Mountains are rotating, winds are dancing, rivers are flowing, and springs are bubbling. Clouds are drifting, and the earth is moving. The sea is churning and flames are burning. Grass and trees are growing. Flowers are fading. Bacteria are multiplying, and insects are busy. Cows and sheep are grazing. Lions and tigers are running. Hens are laying eggs, and larks are singing. Electrons are swirling, molecules are moving, particles are flowing, and electromagnetic waves are rushing. Infrared radiation is radiating, and gamma rays are piercing. Electromagnetic waves are spreading, and photons are flashing. The heart is beating, blood is flowing, the skin is breathing, and the stomach is moving. Nerves are sensing, hair is growing, thoughts are connecting, and spirits are stirring. Though seated, we travel 1,000 miles in a flash. The Milky Way spans millions of years. The sun, moon, stars, and celestial bodies fly by like lightning. Black hair at dawn turning white at dusk. Everything in the universe is in motion, and it is through mutual impetus that things move. But where does the initial force originate if there is no greatest creator? Everything has an image, and the nature of the image is energy, with the core of this energy being the greatest creator. 万物有相，相的本质是能量，能量的核心是上帝。An image refers to the size, shape, appearance, and structural type of an object, which is a watershed that distinguishes one substance from another and one object from another. Microorganisms and insects, grass and trees, humans and other animals, mountains and rivers, and so on, all are different, and the reason is that their images are different. If everything has its own unique image, how is an image generated? The origin of an image lies in the genetic structure. The image of something is determined by its genetic structure. The image of water is different from that of oil because their molecular structures are different, which means their genetic structures are different. However, any structure without the participation of energy can only be an illusion. For example, if we want to build a house, we first need to imagine the structure of the house in our brain. For complex buildings, we also need to draw a schematic diagram of the structure. But without the input of mechanical and human energy, the structure we imagined in our brain can only be an illusion. Only when we put in the energy of manpower and material resources can the structure that we imagined in our brain become a real house. A seed can only become a plant after absorbing nutrients and water from the soil and heat and light from the sun. A fertilized egg in the mother's womb can only develop into an animal with a head and feet if it is constantly supplied with nutritional energy. A light bulb can only emit light when electricity is input. A pile of soil can only become a mountain with the energy of the continuous movement of the earth. A river can only become a raging torrent with the energy of thousands of streams. So where does this energy come from? Let's trace it back to its source. For a small sapling to grow leaves, it needs to absorb water, which mainly comes from the infiltration of rainwater. So where does the rainwater come from? Rainwater comes from clouds that carry water vapor from the sky. And where do the clouds come from? The wind carries them from the ocean. And where does the wind come from? The cold and hot air currents on Earth form it through convection. And how are the cold and hot air currents formed? They are formed because the surface of the Earth continuously gains and loses solar energy as it rotates, ignoring factors such as lunar gravity. So how did the Earth start to rotate? And what force keeps it rotating continuously? According to the law of energy conservation, there can be no perpetual motion machine in the universe. The motion and changes of any object must be driven by one or more other energies. Without energy, there is no motion or change in anything. Therefore, all the motion and changes in things must ultimately have an initial push of energy that is not constrained by other energies. This initial energy is the greatest creator. The initial rotation of the Earth was driven by the energy of the greatest creator, and after it was set in motion, it was driven by other planets in the solar system, including comets. Everything is connected by cause and effect, and every effect has a cause. The initial cause of all causes is the greatest creator. For 因果相连，凡果都有因，所有因的出因是上帝. We've all had headaches before. Although the causes of each person's headache may be different, there is always a cause, and there is never a headache for no reason. Regardless of what kind of disease a person has, the disease always has a cause, even congenital diseases. There should be no dispute about this. Similarly, typhoons, tornadoes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, sandstorms, SARS viruses, etc., all have their reasons for occurring. The Second World War, the Crusades, the Middle East wars, etc., All have reasons and will not occur for no reason. Many Jews were killed during World War II. The Titanic hit an iceberg. The World Trade Center in the United States was bombed. The Soviet Union disintegrated. Hong Kong was reclaimed, and Saddam's regime was forcibly removed. All of these events had their reasons. Does the Earth not orbit the Sun and the Moon not orbit the Earth for a reason? Do plane crashes, train collisions, collapsed buildings, and floods not have a reason? Do being condemned by thousands, losing one's family and possessions, being imprisoned, and dying from unfortunate events not have a reason? Do having sores on the head and pus flowing from the feet, being deaf and blind, and losing limbs not have a reason? Do tigers hunting deer, birds catching insects, pigs being slaughtered, and people encountering unexpected misfortunes not have a reason? Did the ancient civilizations of the Maya, Greece, Egypt, Rome, Syria, Persia, and Babylon disappear without a reason? Did the rise of the new American civilization not have a reason? In the inevitable article of Chanyuan Corpus, I listed the following phenomena: the rise of wind and waves, the ebb and flow, the rising of clouds and falling of rain, snow and mist, thunder and lightning, tsunamis, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, floods, sandstorms, the disappearance of birds, sunrise and sunset, rainbows, eclipses, the changing of the seasons, the migration of birds, the hibernation of frogs and snakes, the morning song of the skylark, the crowing of the rooster, the proliferation of insects, the multiplication of bacteria, birth in the spring, and growth in the summer, harvesting in autumn and storage in winter, the entanglement of vines, the fragrance of the cinnamon tree, the blooming and falling of flowers, the sunflowers facing the sun, the drifting of continents, the splitting of the earth's crust, the melting of snow-covered mountains, the disappearance of small islands, changes in the course of rivers, landslides in mountains, the increasing height of peaks, the weathering of rocks, the crisscrossing of gullies, the shifting of sand dunes, springs emerging from rocks, waterfalls hanging from cliffs, and the transportation of sand by rivers, the appearance of deltas, and so on, all have a reason. Whether in the sky or on Earth, all phenomena or results have a reason, and we cannot find a phenomenon or result without any reason. If the reason for the appearance of life on Earth is due to the existence of the Earth and the solar system, and the reason for the creation of the solar system is because of the existence of the Milky Way, then what is the reason for the birth of the Milky Way? If we continue to trace it back, we will know that at the beginning of the universe, there must have been a first cause, and that cause, the dynamic force, is the greatest creator. Everything has a purpose for its existence, and the ultimate purpose is the greatest creator. 5. 万物存在都有目的，终极的目的是上帝。The purpose of microorganisms is to enrich soil and decompose organic matter. The purpose of soil is to nourish plants. The purpose of plants is to provide food for insects and animals. And the overall purpose of plants and animals is to serve humans. So, what is the purpose of humans? Any object created by humans has a purpose. The purpose of a car is transportation. The purpose of a phone is communication. The purpose of clothing is warmth. And the purpose of a house is shelter. The purpose of the countless objects created by humans is only one: to serve humans. So, what is the purpose of humans? The purpose of the entire galaxy is to serve a few special star systems, one of which is the solar system. The purpose of the solar system is only one: to serve Earth. The purpose of Earth is also only one: to serve humans. So, who do humans serve? The existence of the sun, moon, ocean, air, land, ozone layer, and so on is all for the benefit of humans. Even the existence of flies, mosquitoes, and rats ultimately serves humans. Viruses that cause disease also exist to maintain the balance of humans. So, what is the purpose of human existence? Everything in the material world exists to serve humans. So are we humans simply the supreme enjoyers? Does our existence have no purpose? We humans raise cows, horses, pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks. But for what purpose? Do we not have any purpose when we cultivate crops? Do we not have any purpose when we create airplanes, atomic bombs, and spaceships? All human activities have a clear purpose, and everything in the universe has a purpose for its existence. Are humans the only creatures without a purpose? Humans do have a purpose for their existence, and that is to serve the greatest creator. Why do we humans not realize that our existence is to serve the greatest creator? It is like the bees we keep do not realize they are serving us unless they have human-like thinking. Unless we have the same thinking as the greatest creator, we do not know the purpose of our human existence. In human history, only Jesus and Buddha knew the greatest creator, while Muhammad and Laozi had some understanding of the greatest creator. I clearly tell everyone that the purpose of human existence is to serve the greatest creator. The ultimate purpose of all existence in the universe is for the greatest creator. Knowing the ultimate purpose of human existence, we have a goal to live for, to serve the greatest creator. Existing for the greatest creator, we have a bright future. Turning away from the greatest creator, our future will be dark. Life is graded, and the highest grade is the greatest creator. 生命有等级，最高级就是上帝。The universe exists in order, and the essence of order is hierarchy. Take stones as an example. The grade of a diamond is relatively high, while the grade of a stone that can be broken by hand is relatively low. The grade of ruby and sapphire is higher than that of cat's eye stone, and the grade of cat's eye stone is higher than that of yellow sapphire and spinel. The grades of yellow sapphires and spinels are higher than that of aquamarines and zircons, and they gradually decrease to emeralds, green gems, tourmalines, crystals, garnets, olivines, jades, wood fossils, nephrite, opal, moonstones, sunstones, turquoise, Suyin jade, malachite, coral, pumice stone, granite, and bluestone, all the way down to ordinary pebbles. Taking humans as an example, according to the percentage of spirituality in human nature, there are 18 grades of human beings. Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Laozi are the first grade. St. Peter, Paul, and Tang Sanzang are the second grade. Chinese Taoist figures such as Zhang Sanfeng are the third grade. Beethoven, Bach, Rodin, Strauss, and Einstein are the fourth grade. Zhang Zia, Zhang Liang, and Zhuge Liang are the fifth grade. Rural farmers who are simple and untainted by the pollution of commodity society are the sixth grade. Washington, Lincoln are the seventh grade. Florence Nightingale is the eighth grade. Shakespeare, Lu Xun, and Hu Shi are the ninth grade. Tang Taizong, Kangxi are the 10th grade. Fictional characters from novels such as Liangshan heroes, Zhu Yingtai, Romeo, and Juliet are the 11th grade. The vast majority of ordinary people are the 12th grade. The vast majority of government officials in China since ancient times are the 13th grade. Shakespeare's characters such as Grindelwald, Sherlock, and the profit-seeking merchant Shylock are the 14th grade. People who live frivolously and live in the moment are the 15th grade. Those who are selfish, self-interested, and do not uphold public ethics are the 16th grade. Those who live in confusion are the 17th grade. Those who confuse good and evil are the 18th grade. Taking life as an example, from low to high, they are life in molten lava and flames, life in ice and snow, life in eternal darkness, life in mountains and rocks, life in soil, life in water, life in air, plants, insects, land animals, aerial animals, livestock and poultry, dogs, human beings, people in the 1,000-year world, celestial beings in the 10,000-year world, Buddhas in the Elysium world, gods in the heaven world, and the greatest creator in the zero world. Life has grades, and wherever there are grades, there must be the highest grade. The highest grade of life is the greatest creator. Everything is in order, and the greatest creator is the maker of order. 7. 万物有序，秩序的制定者是上帝. Human society is organized with orders. A country can only have one president. This is an order. If there were two presidents, the country would surely split into two. When 10 companies merge into one, there will be one CEO, not 10. Subordinates obey superiors, employees obey bosses, police restrain criminals, and businesses must have a license, etc. All these are orders. Although the Constitution and laws are made by humans, it cannot be said that orders are made by humans. The order created by humans must conform to human nature and the basic norms of society. For example, no matter how extremely bright and intelligent the people in a country are, you cannot establish the order of having two presidents in one country because the order of having one leader for a group is established by the greatest creator, which cannot be violated. Whether it's a group of ants, a hive of bees, a group of goats, a pack of wolves, a family, or a clan, there can only be one leader. The order of human life, from fetus, baby, adolescent, young adult, middle-aged, menopause, old age, to death, is established by the greatest creator and cannot be violated. Being hungry requires eating, and eating requires excretion. This is also an order that cannot be controlled by humans. Each person has their own life trajectory, which is the program of life that cannot be changed by subjective will. Every parent hopes that all their children will become successful and bring honor to the family, but the hope remains a hope. Children will live according to the program of their own life trajectory, which is why some children succeed while others do not. If personal will could determine one's life trajectory, pigs and dogs would become humans, and everyone could become an emperor. The vast majority of people, especially those who are wealthy and influential, do not want to die. But wanting to live does not change the fact that death is inevitable because it is the order established by the greatest creator. If the people before you do not die, there will be no way forward for those who come after. Everyone is equal in the face of death, and this is the order. The moon revolves around the earth revolves around the sun and rotates on its own axis, and the solar system follows the Milky Way. This is the order. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the offspring of mice dig holes. This is the order. Those who respect the greatest creator and live according to the order established by the greatest creator can enter the higher level of life space. Those who despise the greatest creator and live against the order established by the greatest creator will inevitably descend to the lower level of life space. This is also the order. Everything has order. So who created this order? Was it our human ancestors? Was it an emperor from a certain dynasty? Was it the dinosaurs? Definitely not. Apart from the greatest creator, who else has this ability? All things are interconnected, and the end point of this interconnection is the greatest creator. 8. 万物相互感应，感应的终端是上帝. In the universe, everything is connected to each other through reaction. Reaction is the process by which something senses and responds to external stimuli. External stimuli can be divided into two types: explicit and implicit stimuli. Explicit stimuli are mainly conveyed through form, smell, color, sound, temperature, texture, and brightness. Implicit stimuli are mainly conveyed through sound waves, electromagnetic waves, thought waves, biological waves, same frequency waves, radiation, and other means. For example, when people see beautiful birds, blue skies, handsome men, and beautiful women, they feel happy. When they see caterpillars, snakes, dark rolling clouds, or devils in horror movies, they feel afraid. When they see sexy women in short skirts, they feel aroused. When they encounter things they dislike, they feel disgusted, mainly due to different forms of stimuli. Smelling the fragrance from the kitchen can increase one's appetite, while smelling the stench of overflowing feces in the toilet can make one feel nauseous. The fragrance of flowers can make one feel refreshed, while the smell of vomit from a drunk person can make one feel uneasy, mainly due to different odor stimuli. Seeing colorful flowers can make one happy. Seeing the bloody scene of a murder can be distressing. Seeing the color blue can feel refreshing, and seeing the color red can feel warm, mainly due to different color stimuli. Beautiful singing, moving melodies, and sweet words from a loved one can make people's emotions surge and their thoughts wander, while the sound of a shovel scraping against concrete, funeral music, and ferocious and malevolent shouting can make people feel fearful, irritable, and depressed, mainly due to different sound stimuli. When it is cold, muscles contract. When it is hot, sweat glands expand. Sleeping on a comfortable mattress feels good, while lying in a corner made of stone makes one uncomfortable. Beautiful spring scenery can make people feel ecstatic, while pitch darkness can make people feel frightened, mainly due to different reactions to temperature, texture, and brightness. The above are examples of how people respond to explicit stimuli from the external environment. Examples of how people respond to implicit stimuli are as follows. Sometimes people feel anxious or restless for no apparent reason. This is because of the thought waves or biological waves of people who are associated with them. From a perspective of hyperspace and time, when certain events are about to happen, there may be same frequency waves that stimulate people's nerves in advance. Just like the geomagnetic waves before an earthquake, many animals are sensitive to these waves, such as fish jumping out of the water, dogs barking, horses neighing, mice running around, and roosters crowing. Sometimes our ears get hot and our faces feel hot, which is a premonition of information related to us, just like the upcoming cold air current that stimulates people with arthritis. In Water Margin, Lin Chong, the head of the 800,000 Imperial Guard troop, seeking shelter at the mountain temple due to the snowstorm may seem like a coincidence, but it was actually a response to the events that were about to happen. Without this sensitivity, he would have been killed in the fire. In Robinson Crusoe, the protagonist describes a similar experience. After I had settled my affairs and sold my goods and turned them into reliable bills of exchange, the next difficult problem was which route to take back to England. I was accustomed to traveling by sea, but at this time, I had a strange aversion to going back to England by sea, even though I couldn't give a reason. This resistance in my mind kept growing stronger and stronger. One time, I even had my luggage loaded onto the ship, but suddenly changed my mind, and this happened 2 or 3 times in a row. It's true, I've had too many unfortunate events at sea in my lifetime, which could be one of the reasons, but in these situations, a person cannot completely ignore their inner impulse. There were 2 ships, and I had decided to board them, meaning that I had specifically chosen them. One of them had my luggage on it, and I had spoken with the captain of the other one, but I didn't end up boarding either of them. Later, these 2 ships encountered problems. One of them was captured by Algerians, and the other one sank at start near Tobago Bay, with only 3 survivors out of the entire crew. Regardless of which ship I boarded, I would have had bad luck. As for which ship was unluckier, that's hard to say. This is a kind of sensing of implicit stimuli. Without this sensing, Robinson would have been buried at sea. Subconscious behavior is a kind of inexplicable, hard-to-explain sensing behavior. This sensing behavior has saved the lives of billions of people, but has also led tens of thousands of people to death. Someone has studied biological sensing. He divided 50 snails into 25 pairs and put each pair together. After some time, he wrote the same letters on the shells of each snail in each pair. He then took one snail from each pair to the United States and left the other one in Paris. Later, at a designated time, he stimulated the snail left in Paris with an electric current, and at the same time, the other snail in the pair that was taken to the United States also exhibited an electric current stimulation response. The snail in Paris had an electric current stimulation response because it was stimulated by the electric current, but why did the snail in the United States also have an electric current stimulation response when it was not stimulated by an electric current? It's because it sensed it, and its response was a subconscious behavior. Animals such as pigeons, dogs, and horses have a sense of their owner's whereabouts. After a pigeon is released, it can find its owner who has moved to a new location. If you put a dog in a box and take it a few hundred kilometers away before releasing it, it can accurately find its way back. There was an animal trainer named Duluth who could use mental suggestions to make animals perform. Once, he secretly commanded a dog in his mind, "Go to the piano and use your paws to hit the white keys." It was said that the dog obeyed without fail. Another time, upon everyone's request, he made 2 lions who had been friendly to each other for 3 years start to bite each other. Once, a researcher named Kerensky asked Duluth, "Since you can use mental suggestions, can you suggest that I do something?" Duluth agreed and told him to sit still without moving. Duluth picked up a piece of paper, quickly wrote a few words on it, covered it with his hand, and looked at Kerensky. Although Kerensky didn't feel anything special, he unconsciously scratched behind his right ear with his hand, and before he put his hand down, Duluth handed him the paper, which read, "Scratch behind your right ear." From the examples above, we can see that Kerensky involuntarily scratched behind his right ear without feeling anything special, which seems to be Kaczynski's personal behavior, but in fact, he faithfully carried out Duluth's instructions. The world-renowned psychic master Wolf Mason once had dinner with the famous founder of psychology, Sigmund Freud, at Einstein's residence in Vienna. During the dinner, Freud secretly conducted an experiment without saying a word. He merely gave Mason a telepathic command, instructing him to go to the bathroom and take a pair of tweezers from the mirror frame, and then pluck 3 beard hairs from Einstein's chin. After giving the silent command, Freud continued to eat and drink on his own, and the guests continued to chat and laugh as usual. Mason seemed to be completely unaware, but when the coffee arrived, Mason immediately stood up, went to the bathroom, took a pair of tweezers, walked to Einstein's side, bent down, gently lifted Einstein's chin, carefully plucked 3 hairs and placed them in front of Freud. Examples like this are numerous. All living beings in the vast world subconsciously execute commands. Our next action, the next sentence, may seem like individual behavior, but it is actually a response to explicit and implicit stimuli from the outside world. So, who are we taking orders from? According to the level of life, lower-level life senses the commands of higher-level life, and lower-energy life senses the commands of higher-energy life. This means that plants receive commands from animals, humans, celestial beings, Buddhas, and gods. Animals receive commands from humans, celestial beings, Buddhas, and gods. Humans receive commands from celestial beings, Buddhas, and gods. Celestial beings receive commands from Buddhas and gods. Buddhas receive commands from gods. Who do gods take orders from? Gods take orders from the greatest creator. The ultimate stimuli is the greatest creator. From the 40 pieces of evidence and 8 logical inferences above, we can no longer doubt the existence of the greatest creator. Since the greatest creator exists, what are the features of the greatest creator? 8 features of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Cong Long and Ailian. The greatest creator is unique and exclusive. 万上帝是唯一的. The unity of opposites is a powerful tool for understanding the universe. All things in the world exist relatively, and losing one side also means losing the condition for the existence of the other. Yin and yang, positive and negative, interior and exterior, man and woman, male and female, masculine and feminine, rigidity and softness, glory and humiliation, clockwise and counterclockwise, with and without, tangible and intangible, birth and death, light and darkness, movement and stillness, strength and weakness, high and low, noble and humble, rich and poor, fortune and misfortune, merit and fault, gain and loss, advance and retreat, positive and negative, big and small, up and down, more and less, front and rear, left and right, truth and falsehood, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, fragrance and odor, immortal and mortal, Buddha and demon, God and ghost, material and spirit, heaven and hell, fairyland and the mortal world, and so on. They all rely on each other, coexist and prosper together. Even a piece of thin paper has a front and a back. If there is no front, there will be no back. If there is no back, there will be no front. However, the unity of opposites view cannot explain all phenomena, and there are exceptions to the law. In universality, there are peculiarities, and in commonality, there are individualities. There is also a neutral gender in addition to male and female. The golden mean, which is unbiased and impartial, is to seek the middle point between 2 extremes. The turning point for quantitative change or qualitative change is not unity of opposites but uniqueness. Wuji generates Taiji. Taiji generates the bipolarity. Wuji refers to the state when there was no substance in the universe and only energy existed. The intangible and invisible energy, when moving irregularly, formed an energy cluster, or Taiji. To understand how Taiji is formed, you can try drinking all the milk in a flat-bottomed glass and leave the glass uncleaned for 12 hours. Then observe the shape and structure of the glass bottom. The first unconscious movement of Taiji has triggered the orderly movement of the entire energy, and with it, the time and space in the human sense appeared. This is how the bipolarity is generated, which is actually the phenomenon of material and non-material, tangible and intangible, following the principle of unity of opposites. The formation of the bipolarity can be understood as follows. The greater the energy, the less visible it is. The smaller the energy, the more visible it is. This is the key to the birth and formation of the universe. Lao Tzu's understanding of the great form has no contour refers to the energy cluster before the birth of the bipolarity, which is the Taiji. Mao Zedong thought is a kind of energy cluster that influences many people's lives and affects many people's words and deeds. But who can explain clearly what color and shape it is? I am discussing Taiji here with the purpose of understanding it. Taiji originates from Wuji and is born from the chaotic movement and collision of formless and shapeless energy. You can observe the disorderly movement of the molecules via a microscope. The original energy movement is just like the molecular movement. After the formation of Taiji energy cluster, orderly movement begins in the energy world. Invisible matter appears in areas with less energy, while invisible non-material gradually forms in areas with more energy. Just like a person, the physical body corresponds to areas with less energy, and the mind and soul correspond to areas with more energy. Thus, Taiji gave birth to bipolarity, which is tangible matter and intangible non-material. And from this emerged positive and negative, yin and yang, light and darkness, truth and falsehood, good and evil, and so on. And the universe and all phenomena came into being from Taiji and bipolarity. In the Bible, the Heavenly Father, and in the Quran, Allah is undoubtedly the creator of the universe, which is what the Chinese Taoist understanding of Taiji refers to, though under different names, they are essentially the same. This means that Taiji is the greatest creator, and the greatest creator is Taiji. Wuji produced Taiji, which then generated bipolarity, and everything in the universe comes from this bipolarity. The two sides of bipolarity are the unity of opposites. Though it comes from Taiji, the latter is unique and exclusive, but not unity of opposites. Therefore, the greatest creator is unique and has no opposite. The greatest creator is amorphous. Tu Sang Di Wu Ding Xing. God is Taiji, a conscious energy cluster that can take on any form since energy is formless. When energy enters the human body, it becomes a person. When energy enters flowers and plants, it becomes branches, leaves, and flowers. When energy enters a river, it becomes liquid. When energy enters a rock, it becomes solid. When energy enters the atmosphere, it becomes gas. According to Einstein's equation, E equals mc squared, the formula for the formation of matter is m equals E/c superscript 2, where c is the speed of light, a constant, and E is energy, a variable. This means that energy is the only factor that forms matter. Without energy, there is no matter, no sun, moon, stars, mountains, rocks, rivers, flowers, trees, insects, fish, birds, or beasts, and likewise, there would be no humans. When matter disappears, it is transformed back into energy, because the total energy of the universe is a constant that does not increase or decrease. Does the burning of a tree, an animal, a building, or a tank of liquefied gas mean that nothing exists anymore? No. They are all transformed back into energy. A seed, a fertilized egg, can grow and take shape by using energy. Without energy, everything is nothing. This is the basic principle of the birth of the universe. If we say that the greatest creator has a fixed form, it is completely wrong. The greatest creator has no fixed form because he is an energy cluster, but he can take any form. In other words, the entire world is the greatest creator. The greatest creator is neutral. 3上帝是中性的. The greatest creator is unique and exclusive. The greatest creator is neutral. Humans are divided into man and woman. Animals are divided into male and female. And plants are divided into stamen and pistil. Then what about the greatest creator? We absolutely cannot say that the greatest creator is man or woman, or male and female, or stamen and pistil. If we say that the greatest creator is male, there must be a female greatest creator that corresponds to the greatest creator, which destroys the uniqueness of the greatest creator. Using the two poles of the unity of the opposition cannot help us understand the greatest creator. That is to say, we cannot say that the greatest creator is true or false, good or evil, beautiful or ugly. Because if we say that the greatest creator is good, there must be an evil greatest creator that corresponds to the good one, which also destroys the uniqueness. Things have their own nature. Animals have their own animal nature. Humans have their own human nature. Buddhas have their own Buddha nature. And gods have their own divinity. So what kind of nature does the greatest creator belong to? The greatest creator does not have a nature, which means that the greatest creator does not have physicality, animality, humanity, Buddhahood, or godhood. Defining the greatest creator in any life realm is incorrect. Saying that someone has animality is certainly demeaning them. Saying that a Buddha has humanity is certainly demeaning the Buddha. Saying that a god has Buddhahood is certainly demeaning the god. Saying that the greatest creator has physicality, animality, humanity, Buddhahood, or godhood is definitely demeaning the greatest creator. Therefore, the greatest creator does not have a nature. Or it can be said that the greatest creator is neutral. Here, I have to talk about the Hare Krishna movement, here because it is related to the greatest creator. Krishna and Krishna consciousness come from the ancient wisdom scriptures of India and have been inherited by some spiritual masters. The most outstanding leader of the Hare Krishna movement is Saint Prabhupada. This movement has many brilliant insights and focuses on the spiritual aspect of human beings, rather than the material and physical aspect. Many of the things advocated by this movement are valuable and worth learning from. However, we must be clear about who Krishna is. According to many of Prabhupada's teachings, we know that Krishna is the supreme God of the universe, which is acceptable. But he also says that Krishna is the only one and the source of all sources. Who can be the only one? Who can be the source of all sources? Only the greatest creator is the only one and the source of all sources. This clearly indicates that Krishna is the greatest creator. So, is Krishna the real greatest creator? In the definition of God, in the teachings of the Krishna perception movement, Saint Prabhupada said, "When Krishna appeared on this earth, he had 16,108 wives, each of whom lived in a palace made of marble and decorated with jewels. The rooms were filled with furniture made of ivory and gold, and everywhere was magnificent." Is this the greatest creator? No, it is not. The greatest creator is neutral, neither male nor female. How could the greatest creator have 16,108 wives? Why not say that Krishna has 16,108 husbands? This is clearly a reflection of the idea of male superiority and female inferiority. Moreover, why does the greatest creator have so many wives? What does licentious and unrighteous mean? Creating so many wives for the greatest creator with human thinking and physical desire, is it to praise or to blaspheme the greatest creator? Krishna's 16,108 wives live in palaces built of marble, studded with jewels, with rooms furnished with ivory and gold. This is simply the imposition of the will of ordinary people on the greatest creator. Marble, jewels, ivory, and gold are precious in the eyes of ordinary people. Does the greatest creator really like these things so much? In short, Krishna is not the greatest creator. The consciousness of Krishna is to love gods and achieve harmony and unity between spirituality and divinity. However, since Krishna is not the greatest creator but labeled as the greatest creator, Krishna consciousness is a dangerous consciousness that requires caution. The greatest creator is mysterious. For Sangdi Wu Ming, the greatest creator manages the universe with its spirit, which is the Tao that Laozi talked about in the Tao Te Ching. This spirit can also be understood as the consciousness and thinking of the greatest creator. Just as humans rely on blood to maintain vitality, the universe relies on the spirit, consciousness, and thinking of the greatest creator to maintain its vitality. Therefore, the spirit of the greatest creator is actually the blood of the universe, its life force. All movements of humans, including speaking, eating, sleeping, learning, working, and engaging in love affairs, are based on physiological instincts and human consciousness. Similarly, all movements of the universe, including the motion of celestial bodies, the maintenance of order in galaxies, and the cycle of life and death of all things in nature, are based on the laws of material motion and the consciousness of the greatest creator, which is his spirit. The greatest creator does not show himself to humans, but rather shows his spirit. The greatest creator has never directly interacted with humans or given any individual special revelations. The spirit of the greatest creator is present in every space and movement of matter in the universe, and it is also present in every one of us. It can be said that the greatest creator is with the universe, with all things, and with humans. Although the greatest creator is with us, we cannot see him. Why? Because the greatest creator has a feature, which is his mysteriousness. What does this mean? It means that the spirit of the greatest creator, consciousness, thinking, laws, Tao, blood, and life force, is an invisible, intangible, incomprehensible, indescribable, and indiscernible non-material and dark energy. This non-material and dark energy works imperceptibly and unconsciously, without any obvious image or sign. Although it seems non-existent, it is a kind of elusive objective reality, which is omnipresent, ever-present, meticulous, and precise. For example, the aging and death of the human body. Why does the human body have to age and die? What causes the aging and death of the human body? Whether scientists or biologists, politicians or religious leaders, they cannot fully explain the real reason. Why? Because of the characteristics of the greatest creator, mysterious. In the primary physical and spiritual healthcare section of the Life-Chanyuan, I mentioned that the causes of human aging and death, in order of their destructive power, are mental activities caused by 7 emotions and 6 desires, diet, daily life, labor, wind, frost, cold and heat, air quality, noise, cosmic forces, geomagnetism, gravity, radiation, various rays, and waves, etc. Every time you get angry, every time you get excited, every emotional change, every moment of sorrow, every puff of a cigarette, every sip of alcohol, every inappropriate diet, every staying up late or insomnia, every excessive fatigue, every cold wave or heat wave, storm or frost, every breath of polluted air, every unpleasant sound heard, every activity of sunspots, every volcanic eruption and earthquake, every nuclear leakage or bomb explosion, every sandstorm that covers the sky, and so on, all contribute to the aging and death of the human body. Most people will agree with my explanation, but through what channels and mechanisms do these factors change the structure of human growth? Most people don't understand it. Why? Because of the characteristics of the greatest creator, mysterious. The greatest creator is mysterious. The greatest creator only shows results, not processes. Why? Because once everyone understands the process of how things operate, everyone will become a god, and even want to compete with the greatest creator. This is a bit like the meetings held by the Central Political Bureau, where ministers, governors, and ordinary people are only informed about the results of the meeting and what they should know according to their level, not the process of the meeting. If the common people were aware of the political bureau meeting process, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. So, is the greatest creator too selfish and stingy? No, absolutely not. The greatest creator does not allow us to know everything, and this is precisely the embodiment of the greatest creator's mercy. Imagine if someone were to immediately tell the parents and relatives of a newborn child how the child will grow and eventually drown at the age of 15 while swimming in a river. What consequences would this have? Of course, the greatest creator does not prevent people from understanding the process of how things operate and change. In fact, the greatest creator shows all the mysteries without reservation to human beings. Some people can understand a little, while others do not understand at all. The key depends on each person's spirituality and wisdom. The purer the spirituality and the higher the wisdom, the more one can see and understand, whereas confusion and ignorance increase with a mixed spirituality and lower wisdom. For example, when an apple falls to the ground, this phenomenon is impartially demonstrated to everyone by nature. But how many people can understand what law or principle this phenomenon indicates? Only Newton saw the law of universal gravitation from it. Many people have ridden elevators, but how many people have deeply pondered what would happen if the elevator, without cable restraint, continuously increased the required energy? The elevator would continue to accelerate, and as a result, its mass would increase. To make the elevator eventually exceed the speed of light, infinite energy would be required, which is impossible from a material perspective without involving non-material. Therefore, Einstein derived the famous equation E equals mc squared, the mass-energy equivalence, which destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We have all experienced warmth by the fire, or seen objects burn red hot, or have had the experience of a hot stove heating our face while cooking in the kitchen. But how many people realize the theory of quantum mechanics from it? Only Max Planck realized it. Most people have sat under a big tree, But only Sakyamuni sat under a big tree and explored the 36-dimensional spaces with his consciousness and knew the Buddha land and path to Buddhahood. The greatest creator treats all members of humanity equally, regardless of whether you are white, black, or yellow. Whether you are a king, an expert, or an ordinary person. Whether you are rich, middle class, or poor. Whether you are a Muslim, a Buddhist, or a Christian. The greatest creator gives everyone the same opportunities and rights. Open the windows, the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view. You will see the faraway mountains fresh and green. Regardless of who you are, as long as you open the window of your soul and focus your vision on a more distant future, you can see the brilliance of the greatest creator from any natural phenomenon around you, and you will gain this supreme, great awakening wisdom. The greatest creator is impartial. 5. 上帝公正. The greatest creator is unique and exclusive, amorphous and neutral. Therefore, the greatest creator is impartial. If a court is controlled by good people, bad people will suffer. If it is controlled by bad people, good people will suffer. If it is controlled by the proletariat, the bourgeoisie will suffer. If it is controlled by the bourgeoisie, the proletariat will suffer. If it is controlled by gods, the devil will be constrained. If it is controlled by the devil, gods will be suppressed. Only neutrality, without bias, is the most just. The sun shines on the earth without favoring certain individuals, but equally shines on everyone. The air is full of the earth, and good people and bad people can breathe freely. There is sufficient water on earth, allowing you, me, and everyone to obtain water, which is crucial for life, at the lowest possible cost. This is how fair and just it is. If the greatest creator is not impartial and did not arrange for the sun, air, and water resources this way, some people would surely monopolize them, just as they do with land and mines. Would we have a way out then? Another aspect of the greatest creator's impartiality is that everyone, regardless of who they are, must die. If those in power never died and could live forever, would there be any hope for the poor? Therefore, any idea or action that seeks to extend the lifespan of some individuals and allow them to live forever goes against the impartiality of the greatest creator and is doomed to fail. Humans try to eliminate diseases such as cholera, typhoid, smallpox, plague, cancer, etc., which is simply messing around, doing bad things with good intentions, and making trouble for the greatest creator. If you eliminate one disease, the greatest creator has to create another. AIDS, SARS, and other special airborne diseases. Let's see who is more capable, humans or the greatest creator. Because otherwise, the earth can no longer bear it. Imagine if diseases did not eliminate some people, and everyone who had ever lived on earth was still alive today. Would there be enough space for us to live? It's like a beautiful park. Those who enter must eventually leave so that newcomers can also come in and enjoy the park. If you don't want to leave once you've entered, and everyone thinks that way, can the park accommodate everyone? Is it fair to those who come later? Some people always hope that good people will get more than evil people and hope that the greatest creator will send all evil people to hell. If this does not happen, they believe that the greatest creator is unjust. This naive idea is purely emotional. Few people think of themselves as evil or unkind. In fact, as long as you are human, you are evil. Killing animals and eating their meat, isn't that evil? When you slaughter animals, you are indifferent to their helpless screams, helpless protests, fear of separation from their loved ones, and you use a sharp knife to insert it into their chest or cut their throat. To animals, you are definitely not a kind person. Eating meat is no different from participating in slaughter. Eating meat itself is an unkind behavior. Why do Buddhists not eat meat? It is to reduce the chance of committing sins to enter a higher level of life after death. Those who eat meat are not kind. Perhaps some people think that the pig was raised by themselves, so it is reasonable to slaughter and eat its meat. Really? Can you arbitrarily kill your own children because you raised them? Does this reasoning make sense? Note, I am discussing issues such as eating meat from the perspective of equality of life and becoming a Buddha. I am not against eating meat. I also eat meat, which means that I am not a kind person either. Not eating meat is a kind behavior, and we advocate vegetarianism. However, if everyone refuses to eat meat and everyone becomes a Buddha, It violates the cycle of life. Humans exist on Earth for a purpose, and humans are a link in the chain of life. Without this link, many living spaces will have no successors and will eventually tend to end. Hell will no longer exist, and heaven will lose its value of existence. If there are no people in the world, the fairy world will also disappear. If everyone were to follow the practices of Buddhists, refraining from eating meat, avoiding marriage, and abstaining from reproduction, humanity would face the risk of dying out. This is not the greatest creator's arrangement for life. By the way, believing in Buddhism is definitely correct and has a bright future, but is it correct not to get married and have children? Is it contrary to the greatest creator's purpose? In the history of Buddhism, whenever Buddhism flourishes, there is always a destructive blow that follows. Why? For thousands of years, Buddhism has only been able to maintain its survival, but not spread globally. The main reason is not that Buddhist principles is not understandable, but that the method of cultivation is problematic. Here, we have to talk about Falun Gong. As a method of Buddhist cultivation, Falun Gong itself is not wrong. There are 84,000 methods of cultivation, and Falun Gong is one of them. It is commendable that ordinary people like the method of Falun Gong as a way of Buddhist cultivation. This shows that the Chinese people are actively pursuing goodness and progress. Li Hongzhi's ability to stimulate the public's enthusiasm for Buddhism is immeasurable, and he and Zhang Hongbao can both be regarded as spiritual masters. The problem is that when the method of cultivation is confused with Buddhist teachings and Falun Gong is elevated to the status of Dafa, it violates Buddhist teachings. What is Buddhist teaching? Shakyamuni said in the Diamond Sutra, "What is called the Buddha Dharma is not the Buddha Dharma." He also said, "The Tathagata says that all dharmas are Buddha's dharmas." If someone says that the Tathagata has expounded dharmas, he is slandering the Buddha because he cannot understand my teaching. He also said, "Do not abide our minds to dharmas, but to actually abide nowhere." This clearly teaches us that to understand Buddhist teachings, we must first give up the Dharma. We cannot be attached to Dharma. The Dharma of no Dharma is the Buddhist teaching, and the Dharma with a Dharma is not the Buddhist teaching. Falun Gong is correct, but Dafa is wrong because it clings to the Dharma, and the Dharma is no longer the true Buddhist teaching. What is Dharma? The Dharma is the order or objective rules by which the greatest creator manages the universe and the effective operation of life. The formulas in physics, the molecular formulas in chemistry, the equations in mathematics, the structural formulas in biology, and the causal formulas in life science are all Dharma laws. All Dharma are Buddhist teachings, and all Dharma are designed and created by the greatest creator. Master Li Hongzhi said in his lecture at the Western U.S. Law Conference in Los Angeles on February 15, 2003, "Have I explained it clearly in human terms? The Dharma was created by me. All prehistoric life was created by the Dharma, and no one is an exception, and everyone is among them. Innumerable and countless great domes, innumerable and countless celestial spaces. Each space has countless lives, all of which are created by this Dharma, and no life can comment on the Dharma. This is a bit too far-fetched. The Dharma itself was created by the greatest creator, and now Master Li says that he created the Dharma. Does that mean Li Hongzhi is the greatest creator? Is the greatest creator Li Hongzhi? There is only one greatest creator in the universe. Either it is the greatest creator or Li Hongzhi, one of them must be. If Li Hongzhi is the greatest creator, does he possess the 8 features of being unique and exclusive, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, impartial, merciful, supremely powerful, and intelligent? Humans cannot defeat the greatest creator. If Li Hongzhi is the greatest creator, can Falun Gong suffer such a calamity? If even the land where they live cannot sustain them, how can he see himself as the greatest creator? The greatest creator is amorphous and manages the entire universe. It is impossible for him to come to Earth as a human and struggle for survival. Li Hongzhi was born in this world and has a clear historical record spanning several decades. Can he be the greatest creator? The greatest creator has never had a direct conversation with humans, but how many words has Li Hongzhi spoken to humans? The greatest creator is mysterious and unfathomable, but everything about Li Hongzhi is clear and transparent. Can he be the greatest creator? The greatest creator knows everything. But does Li Hongzhi know everything? It's doubtful, especially considering his inability to answer questions posed by scientists. Even basic questions from high school physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology, and other fields may be beyond his knowledge. Therefore, can he be the greatest creator? Li Hongzhi is a spiritual master with unique insights into the universe and life. However, if he goes beyond a certain range, there will inevitably be a backlash. There are many hidden talents and reclusive masters among humans. Some people live in seclusion, appear to be ordinary citizens, but possess extraordinary talents and ambition. Some people are silent and seemingly foolish, but in reality have exceptional wisdom and insight. Some people appear to be mediocre and ignorant, but have a deep understanding of the laws of the universe and the true meaning of life. They are like the Tao, hidden and not revealed, but will help turn the tide and support the collapsing building in critical times. In short, the greatest creator is fair and just, and the prosperity or decline of every individual, organization, and nation is determined by the balance of the greatest creator. Only by abandoning one's ego can one perceive the impartiality of the greatest creator. If one sees oneself as the center of everything and judges the greatest creator based on one's own likes, dislikes, successes, and failures, they will not be able to see the justice of the greatest creator. No matter how they look at it, they will not be able to see even a glimpse of the greatest creator. The greatest creator is merciful. 6. 上帝仁慈. Given the suffering that humanity endured during World War II, some people asserted, the greatest creator is dead. This is an insult and blasphemy against the greatest creator. To understand the greatest creator using human emotions is like a blind man feeling an elephant. Judging features of the greatest creator based solely on human life and death, violation, adversity, and poverty is like a mouse being the judge of humanity in court. Can we think that the greatest creator is unkind when we see a hard-working old mother suffering from illness and being bedridden before passing away? Can we conclude that the greatest creator is unkind when a kind and honest person suffers throughout their life? Some people are born into a life of luxury without having good morals, and yet can easily gain power and wealth. They might even behave like thieves and prostitutes or harm innocent people, but still die peacefully and receive grand funerals. Can we declare that the greatest creator favors the wicked and is unkind to the good? No. The greatest creator is merciful. To understand the mercifulness of the greatest creator, we cannot measure it based solely on human standards of right and wrong. We must recognize it from the perspective of time and space, the cycle of life, and the level of spirituality. From the Universe, Time and Space chapter of Chanyuan Corpus, we know that there are 36 dimensional spaces in the universe, and life circulates in the heaven world, Elysium world, cathode black hole body, the 10,000-year world, the 1,000-year world, mortal world, anode black hole body, livestock world, animal world, plant world. The insect world and bacteria world form the other two life systems, the nether world, frozen layer, and inflamed layer. Humans live in the middle world, the human world. Humans have lower spirituality than gods, Buddhas, and celestials, but higher spirituality than livestock, animals, and plants. The level of spirituality decreases progressively from the heaven world to the plant world. For example, gods know everything in the universe, Buddhas know everything about the celestial land, the human world, the animal world, and the plant world, but not the heaven world. Celestials only know everything about the human world, the animal world, and the plant world, but not the Elysium world or the heaven world. Humans only know about the animal and plant worlds, but are unclear about the celestial world, the 1,000-year world, and the 10,000-year world, the Buddha's world, the Elysium world, and the God's world, the heavenly world. Animals know about the plant world, but are not clear about other life spaces. While plants are the most ignorant of all life and have little understanding of the universe, only going along with the flow of nature and accepting whatever comes their way. From God's perspective, humans are ignorant. From Buddha's perspective, humans are evil. From celestial beings' perspective, humans are short-sighted and stupid. From mankind's own perspective, humans are both good and evil but wise. From animals' perspective, humans are unimaginable and horrible. From plants' perspective, humans are wonderful and great. Human ignorance manifests in not knowing where they come from or where they are going, living their whole lives confused and unsure, and pursuing things they shouldn't while neglecting what they should. They don't know why they live or how they die. Human evil manifests in mutual killing, oppression, disrespect of gods and Buddhas, pride and arrogance, hunting and killing wild animals, and polluting rivers and oceans. If the greatest creator were not merciful, how could we be allowed to behave recklessly in the earth home he created for us? Human genetic engineering, which is currently underway, is a great and remarkable undertaking from a human perspective, with unlimited bright prospects. However, from the perspective of the greatest creator's order, this is an extremely dangerous and evil practice, and someday humanity will pay a heavy price for it. If the greatest creator were not merciful, he would not send warnings and admonitions to humanity. Imagine if we had a few dogs at home, and they had learned how to unlock our bedroom door. What would happen then? Human foolishness and short-sightedness manifest in focusing only on immediate and personal interests, rather than long-term and collective interests. People would rather spend time and effort making money or having fun than exploring the meaning of life, resulting in decades of fleeting happiness but losing thousands of years of good life. It's like the truth that everyone understands. If everyone is honest, the world is a paradise. However, everyone tries to be clever and hopes others are honest, but exempts themselves, resulting in few truly honest people in humanity. Everyone is smart, but being too smart causes problems, making life messy and losing the bright future. Now let's answer the 3 questions raised earlier. What is the meaning of the suffering of a hard-working mother who has to endure years of bedridden illness before she passes away? An ambitious, courageous, and wise boss knows that in order to promote and value an employee, he must first let him experience various business aspects of the company, make him endure hardships that others cannot bear, and make them tolerate things that others cannot tolerate, cultivate his virtue of selfless dedication, and only then can he be entrusted with important tasks. The stricter the boss's requirements, the higher the future rewards. Mao Zedong made his son work as a farmer, then as a worker in a factory, and finally sent him to Korea to fight in a war. Why? To let him suffer first, understand the situation of the people, and finally have the hope of taking over his position and becoming a wise king. Smart parents know that if they want their children to succeed, they cannot let them have everything they want. Excessive indulgence and pampering in childhood can only lead to regrets in adolescence and old age. In the eyes of the greatest creator, humans are only in their youth. Let us endure some suffering and hardship in order to go to a better place after death, the 1,000-year world. At the very least, let us return to the human world, have the opportunity to cultivate ourselves through practice, and eventually reach the 1,000-year world. Wise people see the greatest creator as a kind father, and this is the reason. From a human emotional perspective, allowing a hardworking mother to suffer again before her death is unkind and merciless. However, from the greatest creator's perspective, it can be seen as great kindness and benevolence. If the mother's efforts go to waste, that would be truly cruel. When President Kennedy's father refused to let someone save his son from drowning in the river, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was an inhumane act. However, old Kennedy was cultivating a future U.S. president, and how many people have such vision and foresight? The meaning of making an honest and kind person suffer for a lifetime is not different from the above. The United States has many regulations in its immigration policy. You are only eligible to live in the United States if you meet these requirements. If you want to become a professor at prestigious universities like Harvard and Cambridge, you must have certain qualifications and experience. Even if you manage to fake your way in, standing in front of clear-minded students and speaking with a mouth full of common mistakes and illogical reasoning, you will be driven out of the school within 3 days. An outstanding family does not allow their descendants to marry randomly, and a pure organization does not easily accept new members. The 1,000-year world is a pure land and cannot allow someone who emits a foul stench to enter, just as no one would allow dog feces and chicken droppings in their living room. Making a kind and honest person suffer throughout their life is meant to cultivate their character so they can obtain qualifications to enter the 1,000-year world. God Jesus said, "Blessed are you who are poor, for yours is the kingdom of the greatest creator." Blessed are you who hunger now, for you shall be filled. Blessed are you who weep now, for you shall laugh. Why? God said, because the kingdom of the greatest creator is yours. Buddha said, if a virtuous man or woman receives, holds in mind, reads and recites this sutra and is despised by others, this person who is bound to suffer from evil destinies and retribution for his past sins, and whose karmic sins are now eradicated by the other's contempt, will attain supreme enlightenment. Lao Tzu said, misery, happiness is to be found by its side. To bestow a positive gift upon someone, you must initially extract something from them. The greatest creator makes a kind and honest person suffer throughout their life with good intentions, so how can we complain about it? Letting a person enjoy a life of indulgence and pleasure may seem good, but in reality, it depletes your good fortune. The more you gain, the more you lose. It is a common understanding that the higher you rise, the harder you fall. The steeper the climb, the more disastrous the fall. Everything in the universe is a unity of opposites, and what is gained and lost ultimately evens out. The more you lose, the more you gain, and the less you gain, the less you lose. A religion in India advocates asceticism, not because they are ignorant, but because they understand this principle. Rockefeller, who became rich through the oil business, donated hundreds of millions of dollars to charity, leaving only a small amount for himself. A testament to his wisdom rather than foolishness. Kung Fu star Jet Li donated the money he earned from endorsements to Buddhism, not because he had too much money to spend. They have realized the Tao and become wise. Who says the greatest creator is not merciful? If all humanity believes that the greatest creator does not exist, then humanity itself ceases to exist. The reason for humanity's existence is that there are still many people who devoutly believe in and worship the greatest creator. It is for their sake that the greatest creator allows us to continue to exist on earth and hopes that we can repent and follow the path of the greatest creator. In this respect, the greatest creator is very merciful. The greatest creator is supremely powerful. 7. 上帝是超能的. The entire universe is a collection of various energies, and within this energy collection, there is an energy cluster. The relationship between the collection and the energy cluster is like that between the egg white and yolk of an egg. Within this energy cluster, yolk, is a small energy embryo, and within this embryo is an even smaller nucleus. This nucleus is the central nervous system of the universe, the consciousness of energy, the thinking area of the universe, which is the greatest creator. Energy itself does not have consciousness or awareness. The huge energy released by an atomic bomb can kill both bad people and good people, destroy the palace of a king, and level the hut of an ordinary person because energy is unconscious. Energy is incredibly powerful, but even more powerful is thinking. That is to say, the minds of the scientists who made the atomic bomb are more powerful than the atomic bomb itself. The small nucleus in the energy cluster, the central nervous system of the universe, the greatest creator, is more powerful than the total energy of the universe. Therefore, the greatest creator is supremely powerful, beyond energy. 8. 上帝是智慧的. The greatest creator is intelligent. The greatest creator's superior wisdom is mainly manifested in the following three aspects. Establishing the order of the universe. The order of the universe mainly reflects in 1. The orderly operation of macroscopic celestial bodies, such as spiral galaxies, elliptical galaxies, the Milky Way galaxy, star systems, and so on. 2. The order of the structure of microscopic matter, such as the orderly movement of molecules, atoms, electrons, protons, nucleons, mesons, hyperons, and quarks. 3. The order of the cycle of life, such as when a person's spirituality reaches a certain level, they can become an immortal or a Buddha. When their spirituality declines to a certain degree, they can become a dog, a pig, a tree, etc. If a person's spirituality does not rise or fall during their lifetime, they can continue to be reincarnated as a human. Similarly, according to the rise and fall of their spirituality, a cow can become a human or other animals, and a celestial can either become a Buddha or a human. Designing the structure of life. The structure of life mainly refers to various genetic codes. Genes are like unexposed photographic negatives that can be copied repeatedly. The genetic codes, negatives, of different organisms are different. For example, human genes are different from pig genes, cat genes are different from bird genes, willow genes are different from peach genes, and rose genes are different from peony genes. Generally speaking, genes have the characteristic of being compatible with the same type and repulsive to different types. For example, the genes of people of different races such as Asian, Black, and white belong to the same type and are compatible with each other, so they can intermarry and have children. However, the genes of humans, animals, and plants belong to different types and are repulsive to each other. Therefore, humans, animals, and plants cannot mate and reproduce offspring. Even if they mate, they cannot give birth to any life forms. Cows, sheep, dogs, cats, pigs, chickens, tigers, leopards, deer, mice, snakes, otters, etc. are all animals, but their genes are of different types, so they cannot mate and reproduce offspring. However, a small number of life forms have similar genetic structures, such as humans and apes, horses and donkeys, wolves and dogs, chickens and peacocks, and apple trees and pear trees, which can be crossbred or grafted. However, the offspring are not in the same form as their parents, and they cannot reproduce. For example, the offspring of a human and an ape is a wild man, who is sterile. The offspring of a horse and a donkey is a mule, which is also sterile. The offspring of a wolf and a dog is a hybrid, or coy dog, but the hybrid is also sterile. And the offspring of a chicken and a peacock is a phoenix, which is also sterile. Apple trees and pear trees can be grafted onto each other and grow apple pears, but the seeds of apple pears cannot reproduce, and so on. Although humans and monkeys have similar physical forms, their genetic structures are different, so humans and monkeys cannot mate. Even if they do, they cannot produce anything. This is why humans did not evolve from monkeys, and of course, we cannot say that monkeys degenerated from humans. A fertilized egg that can only be seen under a microscope can eventually develop into a tangible life form with a head, feet, eyes, nose, hair, eyebrows, skin, nails, heart, and blood vessels. This is the result of the greatest creator's superior wisdom. Human hair can grow indefinitely, but eyebrows and eyelashes stop growing after reaching a certain length. Why? Because if they grow too long, they will affect the vision and hinder the activity of the organism. From fetus to adulthood, the development of life forms is strictly proportional, which is also the design of the greatest creator. Otherwise, if the left leg grows to 1 meter long and the right leg has not yet developed, the head has already formed, and the ears are still not visible, wouldn't it be a monster? Or if the heart has already started working and the development of blood vessels has not yet begun, wouldn't the heart suffocate? In fact, mechanical engineers, architects, etc. are also designers of genes. The mechanical drawings they design and the construction drawings they design for machinery, buildings, bridges, etc. are a kind of genetic structure. Based on these genetic structures, workers can create real machines, buildings, bridges, etc. Any action of workers is carried out within the scope of the genetic structure drawing. If the number of floors designed for a building is 5, workers cannot build a 6-story building. Even the size, position, materials used for windows, how wires run, and where pipes are installed are all clearly specified in the construction drawing, which is a genetic structure. Evolutionists believe that humans evolved from monkeys, monkeys evolved from insects, and insects evolved from single-celled organisms. Birds evolved from land animals, and land animals evolved from aquatic animals. This is like saying that airplanes evolved from buildings, and buildings evolved from Swiss mechanical watches. Knowing the past and future, Great Mentor Chairman Mao Zedong predicted the future development of more than 20 things in his lifetime, and the outcome of the development and changes of these things basically matched his predictions. Why? Because Mao Zedong was a wise person. Anyone who can predict the future development of one or several things is a wise person. The higher the wisdom, the more accurate the prediction of the future development and changes of things. Scientists are wise people because all human creations and inventions are guided by human wisdom. Any activity without wisdom is inevitably a mess and a chaotic state. A country with everything in order, balanced development, and people living and working in peace and contentment must have a wise advisory group at its leadership. If the people complain, the criminals are rampant, then the leadership of this country must have a brain without wisdom. A family that cannot cultivate an accomplished person even after 3 generations is a family without wisdom. A person who spends his whole life in poverty, unable to seize any opportunity, and with no distinction between the importance of his daily activities, is definitely a person without wisdom. Some people can see opportunities from the change of national leaders, the trend and direction of future development from every new policy introduced by the country, and adjust their activity goals accordingly. Such people are wise. Some people can see the essence of things from a phenomenon and know the time of qualitative change from the speed of quantitative change. Such people are highly wise. Zhuge Liang is such a person, and his memorial on sending out the troops and borrowing the east wind are clear evidence. Everything in the universe operates according to laws and regulations. Whether it's the movement of celestial bodies, the growth of life, the changes of time, or the variations of human society, nothing can escape the constraints of the laws. Those who understand the laws of motion and change of things can predict the future. Humanity can now predict the timing of solar and lunar eclipses hundreds of years in advance, determine the heavenly stems and earthly branches, as well as the 5 elements of a specific day tens of millions of years into the future. We can forecast changes in weather and fluctuations in temperature weeks ahead and understand that it takes 18 years for a newborn to grow into a young adult. Skilled doctors can roughly estimate the date of a patient's death based on their symptoms, and some people with special talents can calculate a person's lifespan, just like the Taoist who told Mao Zedong the numbers 99 and 8,341. Everything in the universe is related to cause and effect, is inevitable, and follows certain laws. All things have a set fate, a beginning and an end. Therefore, the more wisdom one has, the more one understands the mysteries of the universe. The greatest creator knows everything about the past and future of all things in the universe, while gods and demons know the operation and changes of the vast majority of things, and Buddhas know the past and future of human beings. Due to the limitation of genetic structure, humans can never reach the level of knowing everything. Just like the decimal places of pi, humans will never know where the decimal ends, whether it is infinite or finite, cyclic or non-cyclic. Although humans can never reach the level of wisdom of the greatest creator, they can reach the level of wisdom of gods and Buddhas. The problem is that when we reach the level of wisdom of gods and Buddhas, we cannot be human anymore, nor do we want to be human. Ordinary people seek to survive, but with the wisdom of gods and Buddhas, we no longer seek survival, but instead seek death. Life has become meaningless, and death becomes the only thing that matters. If we die well, we can go to the world of the 1,000-year world. If we die badly, we will suffer in the next life. The happiness and joy of human beings lie in ignorance and naivety. Once we have knowledge, suffering and trouble will follow, and the happiness and joy as humans will no longer evoke any enthusiasm, and we will realize that life is a tragedy, just like a person seeing a deer happily bouncing around, surrounded by wolves, worms, tigers, and leopards. The deer can only feel happy and joyful because of its ignorance. If it knew the various dangers it faced, it would never be happy again. As human beings, no matter how happy and joyful the life of a deer may seem, we will never want to become a deer, just as the gods and Buddhas will never want to become human beings, unless this human being comes from a higher level of life space, with a special mission. 上帝与人类的8大关系. 8 relationships between the greatest creator and human beings. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Cong Long and Ailian. Humanity has direct or indirect relationships with all things in the universe, and the relationship with the greatest creator is the most important among all relationships. This relationship directly relates to the life and death of humanity and also relates to the future of every person. There are 8 major relationships between the greatest creator and humanity. Relationship of appearance. The greatest creator has no fixed form. He can become any form. Human form is designed according to the form of the gods in heaven. In other words, human appearance is similar to that of gods, but not to that of the greatest creator. Relationship of wisdom. The greatest creator created the gods of heaven himself. Humans are not created directly by the greatest creator. The first group of human beings created by gods were the African blacks and the American Indians. The Egyptians and the European whites were the second group of human beings created by gods. The Asian yellow race, with the Chinese nation as the core, came from the Pure Land, the Elysium world, and are a variation of the dragon, followers of the evil god. They are the third group of human beings on Earth, so the ancestors of the yellow race are not human beings. Adam and Eve are the ancestors of the Israelites and most people in the Middle East. They were created by another god in the mysterious Garden of Eden. In terms of wisdom, human wisdom can never reach the wisdom of the greatest creator. Only gods can understand the wisdom of the greatest creator. If the white and black races can cultivate to a high level, they can understand the wisdom of the gods. The yellow race itself carries the genes of celestials and Buddhas. If they can understand the truth and see their nature, they can have the wisdom of celestials and Buddhas. The Israelites and most people in the Middle East have both. Relationship of affiliation. Humanity does not directly belong to the management of the greatest creator. The gods of heaven are directly managed by the greatest creator. Humanity is managed by one god, but is always hindered and destroyed by another god. Since the gods are unified in opposition, the two types of gods are evenly matched, and neither can defeat the other. Therefore, human society can never achieve a perfect state and can never be peaceful. Human hearts are always seeking balance and support in the conflicting and contradictory forces of good and evil, beauty and ugliness, truth and falsehood. For example, one god created Adam and Eve, while another god immediately planted a so-called tree of wisdom in the Garden of Eden to lure them into eating from it. By eating the fruit from that tree, Adam and Eve's thought patterns were changed to be able to oppose the God who created them. The God who created them was aware of the other God's scheme and warned Adam and Eve not to eat from the tree, but ultimately, they couldn't resist the temptation and followed the other God's path. In anger, the God who created them expelled them from the Garden of Eden. The God who truly cares about humanity is referred to as the God of light, while the opposite is referred to as the God of darkness. Jesus represents the God of light, while Satan represents the God of darkness. The God of light cares about humanity's fate and destiny, seeking to lead people to pursue truth, goodness, and beauty, so they can achieve mental freedom and happiness, as well as physical freedom and pleasure. Buddha clearly understood the human situation in the competition between the gods of light and darkness and taught his disciples to give up worldly life and pursue transcendence, freeing themselves from the gods of light and darkness and reaching the Pure Land directly. On the surface, the God of darkness appears to be very concerned about humanity, but in essence, he is only interested in making people pursue material possessions, such as money, power, status, beauty, fame, success, and being superior to others. He does everything in his power to keep people preoccupied with immediate interests, leaving them little time for deep contemplation, ultimately preventing the God of Light's plan from being realized. Therefore, in essence, the God of darkness does not really care about humanity. He leads people astray from the true purpose of life. The cause and effect relationship. Although the greatest creator does not directly manage humanity, he is well aware of humanity's current state and future. He is also aware of the love-hate relationship between the gods of light and darkness. The God of light wants to bring perpetual light to the world, while the God of darkness wants to bring perpetual darkness. However, perpetual light and perpetual darkness will destroy the universe's unity of opposites, so it can only be half and half. The greatest creator's concern for humanity is expressed through the causal relationships he has set up, orders, and procedures. First, he has given humans a certain degree of free will, allowing them to freely choose between light and darkness. What the greatest creator gives us is exactly what we ask for, and our current situation is entirely what we deserve. The greatest creator has neither taken anything away from us nor added anything to us. We are walking on the path set by the greatest creator. For example, Adam and Eve had the choice to eat or not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. They could have chosen not to eat and continued to enjoy endless happiness in the Garden of Eden, or they could have eaten and been banished from the garden and had to survive by their own labor. Similarly, if we find an injured rabbit on the road, it is up to us how to treat it. We can ignore it, neither helping nor harming it, and continue on our journey. The result of this choice is that when we are injured and need help from others, no one will come to help us, but no one will harm us either. If we pick up the injured rabbit, give it appropriate care, and release it back into the wild, then we are protecting a life, and what we gain is the extension and sublimation of life. However, if we take advantage of the rabbit's vulnerability, catch it and skin it for cooking, what we gain will be the shortening and devaluation of life. How we treat other things, they will repay us in an equivalent way. How we treat God, God will treat us the same way. How we treat the greatest creator will repay us with something of equivalent value. We will receive in proportion to what we give, and what we receive will always be proportional to what we have given. In general, what we long for will come to us. If we are determined to seek money, money will come to us. If we concentrate on seeking power, we will gain power. If we search for prostitutes, they will come to find us. If we obsess over ghosts, they will appear before us. If we seek Buddha, Buddha will come to guide us. As long as we are focused and persistent, what we hope for will definitely be obtained. Many people yearn for something but fail to achieve their expected goals. This is not due to any problems with the greatest creator's order or procedures, but rather because of our indecisiveness, wavering minds, lack of conviction, or impatience. For example, some people want to become writers but can't stand the loneliness and temporary poverty that come with it. They switch their goals constantly, wanting to start a company, become a government official, or study the function of horsetails. This leaves the greatest creator and the gods and demons unsure whether to help them become a writer or a business owner, and ultimately, they achieve neither. I remember a fable from my elementary school textbook called The Kitten Who Went Fishing. A kitten went fishing with an old cat, who sat quietly by the lake and caught many fish. The kitten, however, looked around and saw a dragonfly flying by, so he put down his fishing rod to catch the dragonfly. Then, he saw a butterfly and put down the rod again to catch it. He ended up busy all day but didn't catch any dragonflies, butterflies, or fish. This is not the greatest creator being unfair, but rather a lack of clarity on what one truly needs. Therefore, if you want to be a cheat, don't talk about conscience. If you want to be a robber, don't talk about kindness. If you seek Buddha, do not kill. If you want to transcend the mundane world and become a celestial, do not pursue worldly fame and fortune. If you want to accumulate wealth, you must value money over people. If you want to engage in politics, you cannot do so without buying people's hearts. If you want to do charity, don't seek personal gain. If you want to pursue academia, you must endure loneliness and solitude. If you want to secure personal gain, don't care about principles and relationships. If you want to flatter and please others, don't be afraid of being exposed, and you must have a thick skin. If you want to be a general, don't fear the bloodshed of soldiers. If you want to stay healthy, you must learn to take care of yourself. If you want to improve your life quality, you must practice self-cultivation. If you don't want to go to jail, stay away from crime. If you don't want to be reborn as an animal in the next life, you must have humanity and not act recklessly and maliciously. If you want to enter the 1,000-year world after death, you must acquire perfect humanity in your limited life stage. If you want to be born in the 10,000-year world, you must perceive, pursue, and attain the Tao. If you want to enter the Pure Land, you must quickly worship Buddha, perceive the nature of your mind, and transcend the realm of desires, forms, and formlessness. If you don't want to go to the netherworld, you must do more good and less evil. If you don't want to go to the frozen layer, don't deceive, swindle, or harm the innocent. If you don't want to go to the inflamed layer, don't kill without reason. As you sow, so shall you reap. If you plant sesame, you cannot expect to harvest watermelon. If you scatter grass seeds, you cannot expect to reap crops. Good begets good, evil begets evil. No deed goes unrewarded, but the timing may not be immediate. When the time comes, it will surely be repaid. If we do not receive retribution in this life, we will in the next. The greatest creator is fair and impartial and gives us corresponding results based on our own choices and actions. Our past is our present, and our present is our future. This is the cause and effect relationship between us and the greatest creator. Blood relationship. Although we are not directly created by the greatest creator, The source of life comes from the greatest creator. Without the greatest creator, there is nothing. Without the greatest creator, there would be no gods or demons, and without gods or demons, there would be no humanity. In other words, without the greatest creator, there would be no humanity. From a blood perspective, the greatest creator is the father of gods and demons. Gods are the fathers of humanity, and demons are the uncles of humanity. In other words, the greatest creator is the grandfather of humanity. Jesus called the greatest creator Heavenly Father, which is completely correct, because Jesus was created by the greatest creator. If we humans also call the greatest creator our Heavenly Father, we are putting ourselves on equal footing with Jesus as a God, which violates ethical relationships, because Jesus and other gods created us according to the greatest creator's requirements. Our Heavenly Father is not the greatest creator, but rather the gods. Emotionally, the greatest creator is our grandfather. The gods such as Jesus are our fathers, Satan and other demons are our uncles, celestials are the higher levels of human life, and the Buddha is the highest level of human life that can be reached. Grandfathers always love their grandchildren, and the greatest creator always cares about humanity. As long as we always respect and honor our grandfather, and not make him angry, we humans will have a bright future. Even if our fathers and uncles want to punish us, as long as we hold on to our grandfather's hand, our fathers and uncles, out of reverence for our grandfather, will have to let us go. The relationship of distance. The distance between us and the greatest creator has two meanings. From a material perspective, the distance between us and the greatest creator is immeasurable and extremely remote. The farthest galaxy from Earth that we currently know of is 27 billion light-years away, and the diameter of the smallest known particle, a quark, extends more than 30 billion light-years away from Earth in the negative direction. Moreover, the conscious energy clusters of the universe are not at the center of the universe, just as the human brain is not located in the middle of the body. From the perspective of 36-dimensional spaces, the greatest creator's essence is in the zero world, while humans are in the human world, separated by an insurmountable chasm. From a spiritual perspective, we are one with the greatest creator, and there is no distance between us. All things in the universe are miniatures of the greatest creator. Using an imperfect metaphor, the distance between humans and the greatest creator is like the distance between a finger and the body. Although a finger is a certain distance from the brain, it is still a part of the body, and the finger's every movement and sensation are connected to the brain. Inductive relationship. Although the greatest creator is very far away, like the distance between the brain and the finger, the brain reacts instantly to any sensation from the finger, and any command from the brain is immediately sensed by the finger. Therefore, in essence, the greatest creator is with us in any activity we engage in, whether physical, mental, or psychological, is instantly reflected to the greatest creator. Similarly, any command from the greatest creator is immediately reflected on our physical and spiritual bodies. The greatest creator does not have a specific form, which is why we humans cannot see the true existence of the greatest creator. However, this does not mean that the greatest creator does not exist, or that the greatest creator exists but has little to do with us humans. In fact, each one of us lives under the care and protection of the greatest creator, and we interact with the greatest creator and are interdependent. If the greatest creator is compared to the ocean, then we humans are like fish swimming in the ocean. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit referred to in the Bible are the greatest creator, Jesus, who carries out the greatest creator's will, and other gods, and the spirit of the greatest creator. The greatest creator's spirit fills the universe, and we live in the spirit of the greatest creator, just as fish live in water. Lao Tzu recognized the Tao in the Tao Te Ching as the Holy Spirit, which is the spirit of the greatest creator. To perceive the Tao, attain the Tao, or practice the Tao means to fully understand the existence, operation, and function of the spirit of the greatest creator through contemplation, intuition, and logical reasoning, and then unite with the greatest creator's spirit. Once united with the spirit, Tao, of the greatest creator, it is like what is described in the Buddhist sutras: attain the highest, supreme enlightenment, profound realization, and great wisdom. At this point, Becoming a celestial is inevitable, and it is only one step away from becoming a Buddha. You may say, what you're saying seems reasonable, but I still can't feel the existence of the greatest creator's spirit and its effect on me. This involves the issue of levels of wisdom. Einstein's theories, such as energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, and light bends when it encounters a massive object, as well as mass and energy cause the curvature of space and time, are difficult for ordinary people to understand because our level of wisdom has not reached the height to understand his theories. However, when faced with the theories of quantum mechanics and the uncertainty principle, Einstein himself became confused. He believed that the greatest creator rules over everything, and therefore created the laws of physics, so the universe is orderly. That is, as long as we know the current state of everything, we can understand its future development and changes. But the quantum mechanics and uncertainty principle show that the future cannot be accurately predicted, and the results can be diverse. For example, the more accurately we measure the position of a small particle, the less accurately we can measure its velocity. And the more accurately we measure the velocity of a small particle, the less accurately we can measure its position. The more profound, abstract, and close to the edge of truth a theory is, the more difficult it is to understand. For the general public, it becomes a kind of mysticism. However, as long as we are open-minded and thoughtful, there is no summit that we cannot climb. The brilliant path of life has 3 levels of realm. The first level of heaven is to become a president or a billionaire. To achieve this goal, reading The Law of Success by Napoleon Hill, the creator of millionaires, can provide insights. The second level of realm is to be extraordinary and to enjoy the carefree and unrestrained life of a wanderer. Before you start to march towards becoming a president or a billionaire, imagine yourself as already being a president or a billionaire, and then fully feel that splendor in your thoughts. You will find that being a president or a billionaire cannot bring you real happiness and joy. Instead, it feels like a burden. Life should have a higher realm. Everything in the secular world is no longer enough to satisfy your pursuit. But you cannot escape from the influence and fetters of the secular world. At this time, your thinking must inevitably develop towards how to obtain the greatest freedom and enter the eternal realm of life. Your wisdom has reached a higher level, and you can understand the harm of attachment and the disadvantages of success in worldly affairs. You can reach the realm of taking things as they are, associating with others by following naturally come-and-go relations, acting in accordance with our natures, and taking advantage of opportunities as they arise. At this point, you can achieve the wisdom realm of never doing anything, yet all things happening through it. You can then fully embrace the carefree and unrestrained life of a wanderer. The third realm is the understanding of the mysteries of the universe and the true meaning of life. The feeling at this point is the sky is unlimited for birds to fly at ease, as the ocean is boundless for fish to leap at will. You have reached the realm of one's mind abiding nowhere, as spoken by Buddha Sakyamuni. You know that life itself does not matter whether it is born or dies, and you can enter the Pure Land. At this point, when you look back at the behavior of world leaders and billionaires, it's like watching children playing house. Now let's continue to explore why we can't sense the existence of the greatest creator and the influence of the greatest creator's spirit on us. I believe this is simply a matter of different levels of wisdom. If our understanding remains stuck at the first level, like a frog at the bottom of a well, we cannot know or understand the colorful and magnificent world outside the well. Even if other frogs tell us how variegated the outside world is, we still cannot believe it, and even think that other frogs are exaggerating things to scare people and be deliberately mystifying. If our understanding is limited to the second realm, like a frog in a pond, we cannot imagine the thousand waves and vast wonders of rivers, lakes, and oceans. The greatest creator is within us, and the greatest creator is always with us. We resonate with the greatest creator, and whether you can sense it or not depends entirely on the degree of your spiritual resonance. A low-quality television set cannot receive audio and video signals transmitted by television stations. Even if it does, the image is not clear, or there is a lot of noise, making it difficult to hear what the announcer is saying. A black and white TV cannot receive color images. Even if the quality of the TV is very good, if it does not receive the right frequency, it cannot receive the required signal. Having no wings, I can't fly to you as I please. Our hearts is one. Your ears can hear my inner call. Resonance occurs at the same frequency, and resonant communication occurs when frequencies are the same. Corresponding relationship, ways of communication. All things are part of the greatest creator, but the greatest creator is not all things. Fingers are part of a human, but humans are not just fingers. Embassies represent countries, but countries are not just embassies. Scientists belong to science, but science is not just scientists. Religions exist for gods, but gods do not exist for religions. Understanding these principles will help us understand the corresponding relationship between humans and the greatest creator. The greatest creator and all things are interdependent, and the key to this interdependence is resonance. Once we understand this, we can find a way to correspond with the greatest creator, ways of communication. Just as we need to tune in to the appropriate frequency to listen to a radio station, or dial the appropriate phone number to call someone, we must connect our souls with the greatest creator as Holy Spirit to communicate with the greatest creator. The greatest creator does not have a name, but for convenience, people have given him many names. Jesus calls the greatest creator the Heavenly Father. Muslims call the greatest creator Allah. Buddhists call the greatest creator the ancestor of Buddha Tathagata. Taoists call the greatest creator the primordial heavenly venerable, and others call the greatest creator the creator, imperial heaven, azure heaven, heaven of the four heavenly kings, and Brahma heaven, and so on. Some people also refer to the greatest creator as heavenly grandfather. In reality, all of these names are acceptable as long as we call upon the unique and exclusive, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, supremely powerful, intelligent, impartial, and merciful greatest creator in the universe from the depths of our hearts, regardless of the respectful name we use. Life Genuine combines the characteristics of three major religions and refers to the greatest creator. Allah, ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. I solemnly declare here that it is absolutely wrong for some people to call the founder of Buddhism, Shakyamuni, as the ancestor of Buddha. Shakyamuni is only a special envoy sent by the ancestor Buddha to the world. If we were to call the special envoys in Chinese history emperors, it would be a capital offense. Similarly, some denominations of Christianity believe in the Trinity, and therefore calling Jesus God, the greatest creator, is also incorrect. We cannot call a father a grandfather, can we? We understand the relationship between ourselves and the greatest creator, but what is the specific way to connect with the greatest creator? The specific way to connect with the greatest creator is through meditation and prayer. Meditation is the act of abandoning psychological activities caused by sound, smell, taste, touch, and law in a state of inaction, entering into deep contemplation and imagination, casting aside fame and fortune, life and death, and pondering the mysteries of the universe and the true essence of life. Over time, our consciousness will unite with that of the greatest creator, and our wisdom will make a qualitative leap. When our mind reaches an indescribable sense of happiness and joy, we have already established a close connection with the greatest creator. This is the most direct, effective, and challenging way to connect with the greatest creator. The being free from mortal body during meditation method I mentioned in the physical and spiritual healthcare chapter is one form of meditation. The second way is through prayer. We must first understand that the purpose of human existence is to serve the greatest creator. The main purpose of our prayer is to please the greatest creator. In terms of how to pray, the way of prayer, and the content of prayer, Jesus Christ has already told us very clearly. We just need to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. Generally speaking, prayer must come from a sincere heart and not be perfunctory or half-hearted. The content of prayer must first sincerely thank the greatest creator for his grace, kindness, and care, and then sing and praise the greatest creator's wisdom, superpower, and greatness. Next, we must declare that we are willing to act and live according to the greatest creator's will, not concerned about personal success or failure. Then, we must repent and confess our sins and mistakes in a thorough and honest way, in order to ask the greatest creator for forgiveness. Finally, We should ask the greatest creator to help us walk the right path and enter a higher realm of life in the afterlife. The conclusion should state that our prayer is made in the name of Jesus Christ, who is the Father of humanity in heaven. Prayer is a personal act, not a social one. Shouting loudly and deliberately making others hear your prayer is hypocritical and useless. We must silently and quietly pray, and not necessarily say it out loud, because our psychological activities will become a kind of thought wave, just like electroencephalograms and electrocardiograms, sending our wishes to the vast universe. The greatest creator will surely respond to us. In addition, since we ourselves are also a component of the greatest creator, if we hear our own prayers, it signals that the greatest creator has also heard them. When praying, we must be careful not to have evil thoughts, such as praying for someone to have bad luck, praying for wealth and fame, praying for the glory of our ancestors, or blaming the greatest creator for unfairness, as these thoughts will be accepted by the devil and will eventually cause harm to ourselves. Because evil thoughts are not on the same frequency as the greatest creator, but are on the same frequency as the devil. Why should we connect with the greatest creator? I will answer this in the chapter of life. The God promoted in the Old Testament of the Bible is not the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Zonglong and Ailian. First of all, we need to acknowledge that the Bible is the crystallization of the wisdom of the Israeli nation. It faithfully records the history of the Jewish people and explains to the utmost the relationship between gods and demons and human beings, pointing the way forward for humanity. The Bible, along with the Quran, Buddhist scriptures, and the Tao Te Ching, is a treasure trove of human wisdom, a book of treasures that teaches us how to be human and how to develop towards higher levels of life. The opening statement of the Bible is true, but not everything covered by the sacred robe is necessarily sacred, and not everyone who wears the sacred robe is necessarily an abbot in charge. The Bible has a problem, and that is that the God promoted in it is not the real greatest creator. We already know that the greatest creator has 8 main features: uniqueness and exclusivity, formlessness, neutrality, mystery, impartiality, mercy, supreme power, and intelligence. Intelligence is mainly manifested in the establishment of the universe order, the design of the life program, and the knowledge of the past and the future. So, does the God in the Bible possess these 8 features? Let's take a few examples to illustrate. Adam and Eve's betrayal. In the book of Genesis, it is said that Adam and Eve, under the temptation of the serpent, ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which God had forbidden them to eat, and as a result, they disobeyed God's will and were expelled from the Garden of Eden. This event shows that the God in the Bible is A. Powerless, B. Lacks foresight, C. Unjust. His powerlessness is evident in that he was a failure from the beginning. The first couple he created betrayed him. How can we believe in a God who often fails? The flood killed most of humanity, and what about the future humanity? They still don't listen to him. Moses' 10 Commandments were God's instructions in the Bible, but how many have humans obeyed? Not a single one has been sincerely followed. It seems that God in the Bible is helpless when it comes to humans. The only way is to threaten and threaten again. If you don't do this or that, you will be punished. It has been thousands of years, from the beginning to now, and humanity is still the same. Is there really no other way? Is there other force constraining this almighty God? If so, is God not the only one? Humanity has been going against you for thousands of years. What are you waiting for? The lack of foresight in the God of the Bible is shown in his ignorance of Adam and Eve's betrayal, and his lack of knowledge about the future development trend of the things he created. Can we rely on a God who cannot predict the past and the future? If the Earth were to fly out of the solar system and you didn't know, how could you save humanity? If you can't even manage humans, how can you manage gods and demons? How can you manage the vast universe? The unfairness of God in the Bible is manifested in his failure to distinguish right from wrong and a lack of reasoning. There are 3 reasons why Adam and Eve betrayed him.